I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. The time is 9:25 in the morning, and this hearing is being conducted virtually. That is, it is being conducted via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It is being broadcast on Council Channel 13. It's available on the council's website, and it's also available on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. The subject of today's hearing is the issue of out-of-school time, and specifically Bill 25-36, which is entitled the Out-of-School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. The purpose of today's oversight hearing is to discuss what the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, through the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, is doing to address equitable access to high-quality out-of-school time programs for district students and strategies to increase opportunities for students to engage in right-sized out-of-school programming in the district. The stated purpose of Bill 25-36, which was introduced in January by Councilmember Christina Henderson and co-introduced by Councilmembers Allen, Fruman, Nadeau, Robert White, Louis George, Gray, and Pinto. The stated purpose of that bill is to require the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, in coordination with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, to develop standards to train or recruit out-of-school time providers for students with individualized education programs. We have a fairly large number of witnesses, almost 30. I'm going to call the witnesses in two groups. The hearing notice said that testimony is limited to 4 minutes. Less time will be allowed if there are a larger number of witnesses. I'm going to ask witnesses to follow a clock, which will be a 3-minute clock, although I'll be a little bit liberal if witnesses go beyond the 3 minutes, but they will be cut off. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is the first council hearing to use our new hearing management system, or HMS, to register some witnesses to testify, and then for those witnesses to submit testimony for the hearing. Right now, members of the public and council staff can access all submitted testimony for this hearing on HMS, that's the hearing management system, which, as I said, is brand new, by visiting lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. That's LIMS, LIMS, which stands for Legislative Information Management System, lims.dccouncil, which on my notes here is misspelled. I believe it's dccouncil.gov/hearings. This is the same website that witnesses will use to request to testify for other hearings and find submitted testimony. For the time being, the Committee of the Whole alone is piloting the system while we work out any technological bugs and refine the system. The plan, our plan, is for the hearing management system to roll out to all council committees when we return from our summer recess. So that means there's about 6 weeks of trial and piloting this through the Committee of the Whole. I want to thank our witnesses who are unwittingly guinea pigs. They may not know that as we begin using this system. More importantly, I encourage our witnesses or members of the public who may have feedback on technical aspects of the site to please give us that feedback. Again, I encourage witnesses to give us feedback on this new hearing management system. And you can do so by emailing cow@dccouncil.gov. That's cow@dccouncil.gov. So we can make any adjustments that will make this tool even more powerful. The goal here is for us to have a better system for members of the public to register to testify at our hearings, and for everyone to be able to have access to testimony. So we need your feedback. With that, let me turn to colleagues. We've been joined by two so far. Councilmember Robert White, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you for holding this public hearing. I also want to thank the witnesses who signed up to testify. I'm very pleased to see that we are holding a hearing on this bill to make sure the district's OST or out of school time programs and providers are meeting the needs of our children with disabilities. 75% of community-based organizations and 85% of schools report serving special student groups in their OST programs, like students with IEPs, English learners, and students with disabilities, according to a 2023 DC Policy Center report. OST is often overlooked in education strategies, but it offers such an important opportunity for children with disabilities to engage in activities beyond the traditional school setting. OST is a time and space for children to explore their interests, develop new skills, and build meaningful relationships with their peers. Every student deserves access to these activities. Since 2021, my office has met with parents with children with disabilities about ways to improve OST and after-school offerings to better serve these children. Specifically, I heard from families that OST staff need more rigorous training so that they are equipped to interact with children with disabilities and know how to adapt the programs to meet their needs. OST staff play a pivotal role in ensuring the success of OST programs, and training for OST staff is not only about learning the technical aspects of working with children with disabilities, but also having a deep understanding of the unique challenges these children face, fostering a culture of inclusivity and empathy, and having the skills to create an environment where every child feels valued, respected, and supported. That's why I co-introduced this bill with Councilmember Henderson to identify and set standards for training OST providers to better serve children with disabilities. I'm very much looking forward to hearing from public witnesses and government witnesses today. I'll be in and out of the hearing, but we'll certainly ask some questions. So again, Chairman, thank you so much for holding this important hearing, and thanks to the public for pushing this issue and for showing up to testify today.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing today. There are certainly many champions for out of school time funding, but I'd like to consider myself chief among them. When I originally introduced legislation with Councilmember David Grasso to create the Office of Youth Outcomes, my vision was focused on ensuring our youth have access to high quality out of school programs that help them reach their highest potential. This is still my focus today. And we should be asking ourselves whether the funding each year is reaching our youth equitably and is helping them reach their potential. We've made progress, but there is more work to do. Our vision is not complete until every child has access to a diverse set of affordable, high-quality OST programs in every ward and community in our city. Today, I have questions for the people in charge, and I have questions about funding, operations, capacity, and programming. I'm well aware of the issues raised by providers regarding staffing, rising costs, and instability of grant funding. I'm also aware of the experiences of parents and guardians and the barriers to access OST programs, such as language, cost, transportation, and special needs care for students who need it. These are some of the issues and topics I hope to explore during this hearing. Thank you to all the public witnesses who made the time to testify today about the importance of expanding access to and improving the quality of affordable after school and summer programs for our kids. And thank you to our government employees who work tirelessly to make sure our kids have somewhere to be before and after school and during the summer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing today. In part on my legislation, Bill 25-36, Out of School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023, as well as OST more generally. I've been working on this bill for over a year now and was glad to introduce it in January of this year. Our latest OSSE data on students with disabilities reveal that 1 in 5 students in the district had a disability in 2019. This statistic includes students with specific learning disabilities, a language or speech impediment, a traumatic brain injury, visual impairment, and other injuries. There are currently real impediments to broader access, including the need to proactively address logistical difficulties, training existing and new OST staff to provide care to students with disabilities, recruiting staff who are qualified to provide programming and medical care to students, and setting a pay standard that permits OST providers to recruit and retain capable staff. This bill would require OSSI and the Office of Out of School Time to work together to develop these standards so that our amazing OST providers can serve a group of students that have been underserved for far too long. I've heard from parents who really want kids in these programs. Some have had to take time out of their day to do things like administer medicine to their children because OST staff is unavailable to do so. My hope is with this legislation, OSSI can institute the training and standards necessary to mitigate these issues. I also want to make clear that the intention of my bill is not just for students to be able to access and participate in these programs, but for their needs to be met, allowing them to meaningfully participate in the programming. Just because a program may be open to students with disability, as we know covered by federal law, does not mean that the program provides the support necessary for the student to be there. While the current language used in the introduced bill states that this bill would apply for students with IEPs, after feedback and conversations with several organizations, I do support changing the language from students with IEPs to a student with disability to achieve a better intent of this legislation, which is to give meaningful access to all students who have special needs and truly live out that slogan the Department of Parks and Rec and the mayor's office is currently using, recreation for all. I hope to work with the chairman and his office to make that necessary change. It is my belief that OSD programming enriches children's lives, opens doors, and learning in new ways and exploring the world around them. Disability is a natural part of life, and expanding opportunities for children with disabilities to learn and play outside is an essential to fostering strong communities and ensuring students' full participation in public life. I look forward to a robust discussion today about the legislation and OST more generally and the swift passage of this legislation. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Give me just a moment. Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to call the first page of witnesses. Katrina Owens, who's the Executive Director of DC Scores, Riley Danilko, who is Policy Analyst with DC Action for Children, Terry Savage, who is Director of Policy and Advocacy with PAVE, Nikila Smith, who is a member of People for Fairness Coalition, Andrea Jones, LaJoy Johnson Law, Andrea Tobin, who's Executive Director of Kid Power, Inc., Erica Adut, who's with Horton's Kids as Executive Director, Kenya Harmon, who is Head of Schools for KIP DC, Amelia Kalma, who is Director of Policy and Research at the DC Policy Center, Bashan Trusty, who is Executive Director, Higher Achievement, DC Metro, Carolyn Bowen, who is a participant in the DME, that's Deputy Mayor for Education Boundary Study, and McAllister Claybow, who's a member of the Washington Urban Debate League. While you all are being admitted, I want to remind folks that you're going to be on a 3-minute clock, and I will let you go over a little, but we'll cut you off. The hearing notice had indicated as much. Also, the record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 21st, 2023. What does that mean? That means that all council committees are required to file a record of our hearings, and we will include in that record testimony we receive by 5 p.m. on June 21st. That does not mean we're going to mark up this bill on the 22nd. It does not mean that folks can't continue to comment. It just means that we will not be including later comments in the record. So let me see if folks are here. Is Katrina Owens here?
Yes.
If you would proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to share my testimony today. My name is Katrina Owens, Executive Director at DC Scores and a resident of Ward 4. Since 1994, DC Scores has been serving kids in the district through soccer, poetry, and service learning programs. We were founded at Marie Reed by a DC public school teacher who created the model that now serves more than 3,000 kids at over 60 elementary and middle schools across the district. The program is replicated in 10 cities across North America. Our work relies heavily on strong partnerships with DC public and public charter schools, as well as deep collaboration and granting from the Deputy Mayor for Education, Learn24 office, and as well from OSSE. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for the increased funding for OST in the FY24 budget, since we continue to see an increased demand for high-quality OST programming in our city. At DC Scores, we have over 10 schools on our wait list for next year. We appreciate in the last 2 months the deep conversations and collaboration with the DME and Learn24 office, and know that they are very supportive of increasing the footprint of high quality OST programs in our city. We appreciate their continued desire to have conversations about how to do that together. However, we do not support the new language allowing Learn24 to grant directly to DC public schools. This model has not worked in the past. And our programs, we believe, are so successful because they combine our programmatic expertise with the deep community presence offered by the school setting. We want to ensure that we can continue to partner deeply with our school partners and build these strong relationships. Our citywide approach also enables us to reach the kids who need our programs most. We prioritize schools in Title I and feeder patterns, so we can provide long-term investments in our poet athletes. We serve all children who want to participate in our programs, including those with disability and other special needs. To quote one of our teacher coaches at Thomas Elementary School, DC Scores lets us say, we won't stop an opportunity for kids in our school, regardless of where they fit into our learning program. The Out of School Time Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act goes a long way to expanding the OST opportunities for all students. Our greatest challenge at DC Scores is ensuring that our students have access to safe transportation after our programming, in addition to the increased staffing needs. Over our 3 decades of operation, DC Scores has become one of the most consistent aspects of our students' experience in many of the schools where we operate. I think the best way to demonstrate what we can achieve together is to share the work of our poet athletes. This poem from students at KIPP DC Quest Academy, entitled How We Move on Game Day. Soccer is the sport we play. This is how we move on game day. We move as a team towards our dream. When we move, we don't play, making the others not want to stay. When we move really hard, making our opponents step up to card. We can move when it's wet, making many goals in the net. We can move the ball with our feet through the hot sun and blazing heat. I can move the ball to my teammates. This is how we collaborate. Working together is what we do. This KIPP Quest team is brand new. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Owens. Riley Dinoco.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thanks for holding this important hearing on out-of-school time issues and the OST inclusion bill. To start, I'd like to acknowledge and celebrate the progress that DC has made in recent years toward investing more resources into after-school and summer programs. This hard-fought progress has taught us important lessons about just how vital OST is to our youth's well-being and what it will take for DC to build a thriving, equitable, universal OST system. For the remainder of my testimony, I'd like to share some recommendations for how DC can and why it must build this system in the near future. First, the district must create a plan to fully fund after-school and summer programs in DC, starting with more significant investments in FY25. New data make it clear just how far DC is from being able to provide access to free, high-quality OST for all DC public and public charter school students, as shown in the 2023 needs assessment from the DC Policy Center. The OST office has started building a foundation for universal after school through its ongoing strategic planning. However, the plan will only be successful if there are sufficient public funds to support its implementation, including funding for multi-year grants for nonprofit youth development organizations, for the growth and sustainability of a strong OST workforce, for transportation solutions to ensure safe travel to and from programs, and resources to support the participation of youth with disabilities. Second, universal OST must be inclusive of youth with disabilities and special needs. Thank you to Councilmember Henderson and your staff for your leadership on this important issue in introducing the bill. I'd like to echo the calls of many other advocates by asking the council to replace language about students with IEPs with language about students with disabilities to make the bill more inclusive by expanding its reach to include a broader swath of youth who will benefit from it. I'd also like to uplift and voice support for recommendations from advocates to rethink some of the solutions that the bill proposes to the problem. Please see my written testimony for more on this. And I'd also like to note that earlier this year, the DME pledged to dedicate $2.5 million of existing OST grant funds to target students with special needs. The recommendations in my written testimony should be considered as ways to spend this targeted funding. And third, the OST office must continue to fund the network of high-quality OST nonprofit providers and trust them with multi-year funding they need to scale up. To do this, the council must repeal subtitle out of school time office grant authority expansion in the FY24 Budget Support Act. We believe that the BSA text as written will have the unintended effect of destabilizing the district's OST sector by shifting funding away from school partnerships and the organizations that operate vital third spaces in neighborhoods via community-based programs. If the council will not remove the subtitle, we ask them to amend it to include an accountability mechanism to ensure the OST funding granted to schools is actually used for OST by requiring an MOA or contract with the nonprofit, and specifically refers to the passing through of funds to nonprofits. That's all the time I have, but please see my written testimony for additional recommendations. And thank you again for the chance to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Danilko. Carrie Savage.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. PAVE parent leaders have been steadfastly advocating for OST programs since 2018 alongside our coalition partners. Their collective vision is simple but powerful. Every family, regardless of their income or where they live, should have access to high-quality OST programs for their children that supports their individual needs, where they can explore their passions and enrich their learning. Today, I want to amplify their voices and priorities for the current landscape and goals in the future of OST in the city, especially as it relates to inclusion for students with special needs. First, DC needs to continue investing and expanding access to high-quality OST programs. We're grateful to the mayor and the council for the increased investment of $3.125 million for OST grants in the fiscal year 24 budget and the 5,000 additional DPR seats. This increase in funding is an important step to build upon previous investments, and we're especially grateful for the $2.5 million investment in the OST budget to better serve students with disabilities and special needs through staff training, scholarships, and grant competitions to provide more seats. Still, we only have spots for roughly 1/3 of our kids for both after school and summer. So we need to target programming where gaps are greatest in Ward 7 and 8 and for students with special needs with strategic investments. Second, DC must continue to remove key barriers to participation in OST programs, and the lack of accurate and available information and accessible engagement opportunities is chief among them. Information is power. That's why PAVE parent leaders are excited about the investment in My After School DC to serve as an online central hub for OST programs. Still, while the initial description of My After School DC described it as a central hub, recent announcements from the OST office have described it as a lottery, while the Learn24 program finder will be revised and will host program information. We encourage the OST office to create one truly central hub for programs and not split families between multiple places to find information. For instance, it's unclear which entity will have which information. Will a lottery give program information? Will My After School DC also include summer programs? Why continue to host a separate platform that parents have had issues with for years when you could put all the information in one place? And how will this be communicated effectively to parents and families? So to encourage My After School DC to avoid the similar pitfalls as the Learn 24 program finder, we urge the council to provide oversight to make sure program information is accurate and up to date. And that means working with providers and get extensive feedback and collaboration from parents and caregivers. With respect to OST programming for students in special needs, we have heard from PAVE parent leaders for years about the challenges with accessing OST programs. Namely, we support this legislation that has made possible, particularly through the leadership and persistence of PAVE parents Yolanda Corbett, LaJoy Johnson-Law, and Andrea Jones, highlighting the challenges that students with special needs face in accessing in the city. I do want to note that there has been talk about the challenges with implementing these standards and programs and the need for funding for a study to make sure that these are possible. But I do think that that is an excellent use of our resources. It's both smart and bold planning and helps us avoid the status quo that isn't acceptable for our students with disabilities in the out of school time space. We need to set a high bar and have some sort of pathway to figure out how to fund that. I know I'm over time, so I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Nikila Smith. I'm told that she is not here. Andrea Jones.
Yes, good morning, council members. My name is Andrea Jones. I'm a Ward 8 resident and mother of 4 wonderful children, 3 of which have IEPs. I'm an advocate for children with disabilities because I see firsthand the inequity of access and want the district to strive to create opportunities here without parents having to commute to Maryland and Virginia for their children to engage in OST programming. OST is just as important as education because it supports the child as a whole. It supports their social emotional learning and helps children engage with other children in a social setting, which is important to growth. These opportunities are lacking for children with disabilities and need the same amount of social engagement as other children. That is why I thank the council members for introducing the bill. While there's some changes that need to be made, excuse me, sorry. Including the wording under IDEA, I appreciate the conscious decision to create a bill that in spirit would create an equitable space for all children in the OST programming. Thank you for opening the conversation around this issue that has been overlooked. I've submitted my full written testimony. However, there's a couple of points that I would like to make regarding the bill. As I said, the wording of the bill, which states children with IEPs needs to be addressed to include all children with disabilities. This inclusion needs to fall under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and or the Americans with Disabilities Act, which covers outside the school parameters to include child support in society, employment, independent living, and social self-sufficiency. These acts protect children with disabilities outside of the school day and need to be stated in the bill. Also, CBOs are dealing with the lack of funding to increase seats and provide training and support. Instead of creating a study, the DC policies census data points can be used in funding, and that funding should be given to OST providers to ensure that they are able to support children with disabilities through mandatory training with periodic assessments, additional staff, and equipment purchases. The periodic assessments to make sure that the programs adhere to the quality of support needed for the children should be overseen by the OST Commission. Thank you again, council members, for introducing the bill to shed light on an ongoing issue in the district. I look forward to seeing the outcome of this hearing and seeing the appropriate changes made to make OST equitable for all children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. LaJoy Johnson-Law.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for the noise in the background. My daughter's home sick today. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and Councilmember Henderson and members of the council. My name is LaJoy Johnson-Law, and I'm a proud Ward 8 resident, disability and special education advocate, but most importantly, I am Abria's mom. My daughter Abria has special health care and special education needs. Like most families, we often struggle to find inclusive OST programming and have multiple experiences of being unable to access OST programs that have not been able to serve us. For example, many providers may not have the staff to assist her with accessing specific programming without assistance or a nurse to be able to give her daily or rescue medication. It is a blessing to know that the DC Council values our families and children and believe that children with disabilities deserve to be included in all OST and recreational activities. While I appreciate the OST Special Education Inclusion Amendment Bill, some main details should be changed and included in the amendments for the legislation to be successful in ensuring children with disabilities are able to access OST programs. It is critical for the council to understand that this bill is not just an IDEA issue or a special education issue, but an ADA and Section 504 issue, or basically an accessibility issue. These two federal laws mandate that people with disabilities have equal access to all city services, activities, and benefits. This means ensuring children with disabilities have reasonable accommodations. Many children with disabilities cannot access government-funded recreational and OST programs. Here are some changes the bill should include. We already talked about, I know Councilmember Henderson talked about changing from IEP to student with disabilities, so I'm not going to focus on that part, but the bill needs to concentrate on children with disabilities accessing OST programming through support, implementation, oversight, and enforcement. We should not be focusing on a study, but focus on ways to support OST providers in real time and Learn24 to serve children with disabilities to make sure that they are included. A new idea that I have is, instead of the bill creating another study, the bill could focus on assisting the Learn24 office and assisting OST providers by providing a full-time disability coordinator and 2 full-time employees to have an OST disability support team at Learn24 to help provide technical assistance to providers instead of completing the study. So that way they can help with disability inclusion programming and guidance. Another thing is affirmative training to OST providers. A way to do this and to also circumvent cost is the DME's office or Learn24 could have mandatory training, and they could partner with Office on Disability Rights or even OSSI to help deliver this training, especially since the offices are already doing this to help circumvent cost. Another idea is for OSSI to be included in the legislation regarding oversight over LEAs that are providing summer and before and after school care programming. OSSI should develop and enforce ADA and Section 504 standards in regards to all of our schools. In conclusion to this oral testimony, I have also provided written testimony that marks up the bill and provides an OST one-pager on some of the challenges and solutions regarding OST accessibility for our children. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any, and I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Law. Andrea Tobin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for holding this important roundtable and for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Andrea Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power. We provided free OST programming in the district for 21 years. Kid Power inspires youth leadership by promoting academic advancement, physical and emotional wellness, and positive civic engagement. We all know the data. We witnessed firsthand the significant challenges our youth are currently facing. The most recent DC Health Risk Behavior Survey revealed alarming data about the mental health of our youth. What is truly concerning is that so many of our youth feeling sad, hopeless, anxious, angry, do not feel there's a trusted adult they can talk to about their feelings. That's what everyone here today wants to be for our youth. And we understand that social emotional support helps create a foundation for our youth's academic growth, personal growth, and overall mental health. Kid Power and other OST providers have a unique ability to provide structured social emotional activities, team building, mentoring, and daily consistent support. Last year, 100% of our parents told us their child has improved confidence as a result of our program. 100% of our proteges told us they do have a trusted adult that they can go to. We're seeing academic gains, 100% graduation rate, and in our after-school program, 73% of our students improved classroom participation and achievement motivation. I'd like to thank OSSI and Learn24 for the continued partnership and provision of capacity building, professional development, and resources that has helped us create these opportunities. But we know every youth in that district deserves access to high quality OST programs now more than ever. So how do we get there? We appreciate Learn24's strategic plan, which aims to increase after-school seats by at least 62,000 by 2026. We look forward to collaborative and strategic conversations about how to meet this goal. We are concerned about the language allowing Learn24 to grant directly to DCPS. As currently worded, this has the potential to make nonprofits compete for public funding, disrupt positive collaborative relationships between public schools and nonprofit partners, and create an equitable funding distribution. We believe there's additional barriers and complexities in the current RFP that could reduce our sector's ability to meet the needs of our community. For context, a potential $100,000 funding cap could reduce our capacity by over 200 seats in FY24 compared to FY23. The office has been incredibly responsive and supportive. We're optimistic for the opportunity to discuss these barriers and complexities. It's heartening and emboldening to see the passion, experience, and commitment of OST organizations, and that our knowledge, our programs are effective at providing the emotional support and academic support our young people need to feel safe, believe in themselves, learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you, Council, for understanding the unique value and importance OST plays and continuing to engage our community in strategic discussions about how we, as a district, can work together to make universal OST a reality. Thank you again. If you have any questions or matters you would like to discuss, I can be reached. And I also am submitting a longer written testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin. I was going to note, we don't have your statement, but you said you'll be submitting it. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I can submit.
Erica Hadout. I don't believe she's here. Kenya Harmon.
Good morning, I am here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Kenya Harmon, and I am the head of schools at KIPP DC. I work with our principals to provide excellent integrated out-of-school time OST programming at each of our sites that is tailored to the individual needs of our students. Thank you for holding today's hearing. KIPP DC proudly partners with several OST providers to complement our in-school instruction and experiences. Two examples are Camp KIPP DC, managed by Change Summer, is a residential summer camp held on a college campus that offers campers entering grades 4 through 9 college exposure and access to athletics, the arts, STEM, outdoor adventure, swimming, social emotional learning, and other experiences. Another example is the Pretty Brown Girl Foundation, who manages a mentorship OST program centered on social emotional learning, academic support, and leadership development. OST programs are a critical component of a well-rounded education and must be available to all students regardless of disability. This is true for all KIPP DC OST programs. For example, this past summer, we partnered with Teach for America to run their Summer Institute at our Wheeler campus in Ward 8. We reserved seats for students with disabilities across the program so that all had access. We brought in a special education director and teachers from our school year program to work on-site training and to support our OST program partners. We fully support the intent of the Out of School Time Special Education, Inclusion, and Standards Amendment Act. In order to make the law successful, we encourage the council to focus on the following: increase the scope. We support Councilmember Henderson's comment today to increase the scope of the legislation to include all students with disabilities. 2, increase professional development and related staffing. OST providers need to be trained to understand different types of disabilities and how to support all students. Ideally, this training will occur before the program begins and routinely afterwards to address issues that develop and to differentiate appropriately. 3, increase access to safe and reliable transportation. Many students with disabilities are entitled by their IEP to transportation. Transportation is often unavailable to students who want to participate in OST programs at their school site or at a different location. For OST programs to truly serve all students equitably, we need to rethink that model to include increased transportation and safe passage options so that students can participate without a burden on our families. Fourth is to improve data sharing systems. Currently, OST programs do not have access to student level data so that they can best serve students with disabilities. OSSI and/or the OST office should create a system for parents to easily request a data transfer on. As the council continues to consider this legislation, you have to balance making all of the programs open to all students with continuing to offer a wide variety of consistently available programs. You should carefully consider whether or not any of these new regulations could make it harder for OST programs to hire staff or stay solvent. Please consider whether or not these regulations could inadvertently make students feel disconnected or defined by their disability. Thank you again for recognizing the critical importance of OST programming and for collaborating with LEAs to create a system that makes them available to all of our students. We look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Amelia Kalma.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Amelia Kalma, and I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center, a nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong, competitive, and vibrant economy in DC. I'm here to speak about what we know about where public school students with special education needs live and go to school, and about what we know about providing out-of-school time programs to these students. During school year 2021 to 22, there were 13,000 students across all grade bands that were identified as students with special education needs. The majority of those lived in wards 7 and 8. That was home to 47% of all elementary school and middle school students with special education needs and 51% of high school students. However, many of those students who live in wards 7 and 8 go to school in different wards, particularly in wards 5 and 4. Furthermore, we know that out-of-school time programs are less concentrated in wards 7 and 8, where the majority of students with special education needs live, creating more competition for these seats. While there were high amounts of overall seats, it does not compare to the number of students who live there, meaning that density-wise, the average student in wards 7 and 8 has less than half of the number of seats available to them than the average student in wards 1 or 2. And more detailed information about this can be found in our needs assessment of out-of-school time programs, and as well in our written testimony. However, we also wanted to flag that the location of programs is not the only consideration for out-of-school time that allows access to students with special education needs. The types of programming available and the services provided are very important for students to make sure that they actually can access and use these programs. So we wanted to just flag that while we know that all programs accept these students, as is federal law, these programs need to provide adequate supports, and they need to communicate the ability or the availability of these supports to families. So this means that we need to figure out what programs or services would accommodate students with special education needs and IEPs. We need to know exactly what kinds of services are available. This will likely vary a lot by program. Once we know what programs already provide services to these students with special education needs, we can then know what other programs need to be offered. And then finally, we need to figure out how to communicate these services to parents and guardians. Parents and guardians frequently mention difficulties finding information about accommodations for students with special needs and students with disabilities. And the main tool currently developed by the district, Learn24, is not a main source of information for parents or guardians in the district. So the district will have to consider a way to communicate what programs will accommodate these students, which could include OSSI, My After School DC, or schools. And finally, the district will have to contend with FERPA, which prevents schools from sharing information about students because OST programs will need to know what services they need to provide. Thank you very much. And more detailed information can be found in our testimony and in our needs assessment of out-of-school time programs in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalma. Bashan Trustee? I don't believe he's here. Carolyn Bowen? I believe she may not be here. McAllister Claybaugh? I believe is not here. Oh, that's gonna, then we'll have a round of questions from members. I have a couple, several of the witnesses I think starting with Ms. Danilko, criticized the mayor's subtitle, which allows the out-of-school time office to grant funds directly to DCPS. I'm not fully understanding the objection. And I think a couple others spoke to that. Ms. Danilko, do you want to expand on your testimony?
Yeah, of course. So I think the main concern is just around how this could affect equity of funding. So for example, if DCPS schools are, and DCPS in general, are allowed to apply for the Learn 24 funding, there's a concern that schools with maybe well-resourced PTAs could apply for the same funding that small community-based nonprofits would be applying for, including those who are currently grantees of Learn 24 funding. And it could sort of make it less likely that both schools and CBOs that have fewer resources would be able to compete with those type of applications. And then there's also the piece that the Learn 24 funding stream is the largest source of funding in DC, public funding, local funding specifically for OST nonprofits. And so it could really destabilize the sort of existing strong network of OST providers that are utilizing this funding. And I know some of my colleagues who are OST providers can also share a little bit more about some of the other concerns around this subtitle.
Let me follow up with you, push back on that last point. So if maybe I'm wrong, but I have a sense that there's only a small portion of the grants budget that would be eligible for the DCPS funding. I might be wrong on that, but even if I'm correct, doesn't it really come down to the OST office in their decision-making? They could, even if there isn't a restriction in the subtitle, they could say that really only a fraction of the OST grant money could go to DCPS. So then that would not disadvantage the nonprofit providers. I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily follow that they'll be disadvantaged.
Yeah, I think there isn't any language in the subtitle itself that ensures that like a certain portion of the funding will still go to nonprofits, which so I think it definitely would still fall on the OST office to make sure that nonprofits are still getting funding. And, I don't think anyone thinks that this represents a complete shift away from nonprofits. I think it's just, it could have the unintended effect of maybe down the road, something like that happening, especially if the language did stay in there and there weren't any, specific regulations around making sure that some funding still stays with the CBOs.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this? And then I have a second question.
Sure, I'll share. I think the challenge is maybe setting the precedent for the future. So while I think the DME's office and the Learn 24 office currently really value CBOs and being able to provide high quality out of school time, this language being there in the future where maybe there isn't such a support for out of school time could mean that out of school time programs providers like us could be cut out. And we have seen this direct funding happen in the past with the trust, and and we saw kind of the money go other places than high quality out of school time programming.
I want to say that my experience with the government, for one thing, I can't deal with the speculative. I don't think the out of school time office has behaved anywhere near close to what the trust and its problems. So that doesn't really hit me, but in my experience with the government, I have not seen any program that the government's been able to do on its own fully that it needs the nonprofit sector for help. So I just don't see where that's going to be slighted. OST and DME can't do it by themselves, but is there anybody else who wants to weigh in on this?
I would just, thank you so much. I would just echo, we are so grateful for the intention behind the amendment. And I think our concern really is just ensuring that there's additional language to make sure that OST is allocated the funding it needs to be able to meet capacity. Because I still think there's a huge gap between funding caps and the OST network and ability to provide more seats in the district. So I think it's really just finding the right language to ensure that government DCPS has funding it needs and the OST sector has funding it needs to be able to make more seats available for young people.
Sure, and in that regard, it's my view that we don't have enough funding, but in this area, but the mayor had proposed increasing it by about 5 million for the coming year, and the council supported that. So we are seeing it slowly, we are increasing the amount of funding available. I had a question for Ms. Johnson-Law. You were critical of the bill,
Yes,
which
sir.
is part of this hearing, 25-36. You thought that rather than doing a study, that money ought to be provided, more money ought to be provided for specific purposes in the Learn 24 office. But I don't see in the bill where it speaks to a study. It says that there needs to be the development of standards.
So the way I understood it and the way it was explained to me, that the development of standards was going to be completed through a study, right? And even when we just look at developing, I guess, standards, it's not just about standards. It's about like following federal laws that currently exist on the books, that have been on the books for like over 50 years to ensure that children can be included. And in my research, my qualitative research, I found that many providers, not only do they not have the funding, many just don't know. Like they may not know about the federal laws, like or understand them. They may not know how to have certain inclusion programming. So why not give them support to be able to implement this out so that way the children can be able to access their programs? Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, you ended your answer with a question. I'm not sure I follow completely. Again, I mean, the thrust of the bill is about developing standards, even if that requires some analysis. I didn't get the sense that it's a full-blown study.
And so again, like the way it was explained to me, it's like it was supposed to be a study to be able to develop the standards. And if that's not the case, then like my apologies, but that's the way that it was explained to me. And again, even in developing standards, you still have to deal with what's happening in real time. And I have a fear that I don't want the district to have litigation because we are not ensuring children that have disabilities have access. So, and why don't we actually put the money and put the resources to good use in real time? Like, you know how schools have like a SPED coordinator to be able to help like with programming, to help with inclusion, to help with compliance and all those things like that. What if the Learn 24 office had something like that to be able to help the OST providers? Because yes, it's about having the money, but we need to make sure the money is going to the right place. And we need to make sure that they have the program, that the money is going toward the specific programming. And I don't think that should just be laid at the feet of the OST providers. I think they need proper support to ensure that happens.
And if I look at your testimony that way, I think I will try to follow up with the deputy mayor when he testifies. So thank you for that. Let me turn to other colleagues. Robert White said he was going to be in and out. Councilmember White, are you here? Councilmember Nadeau, are you here?
I am, Chairman. Thank you so much.
Do you have questions?
Yeah, you know, I don't really have questions for this group. I think this is helping us better understand some of the questions that we need to ask later. So I really do want to thank you all for being here and for the conversations that we've all had in the lead up to the hearing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, do you have questions?
Just a couple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses who testified today. I've talked to many of you throughout the process of the last year or year and a half, talking about out of school time and the importance of the work that you all do, both as advocates, as providers, as heads of school, et cetera. And so I really appreciate you all being here. I wanted to ask a couple of things. So first, earlier this year, we had heard feedback about two varying issues that was going on with OST providers. First, this new, I guess, interpretation by the Office of Risk Management that was going to increase some of the administrative costs for the programs. And I'm curious if that's been resolved. And the second was around DCPS now, or at the time, was going to pass off security costs to providers, saying that was an additional thing that needed to be handled. My understanding from DCPS is that for this upcoming school year, that is not going to be the case. But I'm curious whether or not you all have heard any future communications about what happens in the school year after this one or the summer after this one. And I'm not logged in, so I can't see anybody raising their hand. So whoever wants to speak to that. I don't know if Ms. Owens is still here or.
I'm here. I'll speak to the security. We know that the next year, like you said, is taken care of, but we don't know what's happening after that. We do know that there's been some discussion, and I think there will be more conversation about what a permanent solution might look like. But we've bought some time to have that conversation together.
Okay, great. For any of the other folks on, do any of you have any concerns with the Deputy Mayor's office being responsible for overseeing providers with the new My After School DC office? I raised some questions about whether or not this was duplicative of the Office of Out of School Time and grants and things like that. I was just curious if anybody had any feedback.
Hey, Councilmember Henderson, it's LaJoy.
Oh, hello.
Hello. First of all, thank you. You know, I appreciate you, and thank you just for putting this bill forth. Like, I know there's a lot of discussion, but I guess I'm going to pose a question to the council. Is that, no offense, is this going to kind of look like DC education where everybody is, no offense, kind of all over the place? Because sometimes you have, because like, I just get confused sometimes with like OST. Like, are we talking about DPR? Are we talking about charter schools? Are we talking about DCPS? Are we talking about Century 21 funding, which OSTE provides? Are we talking about CBOs? Like, all of those are very different entities. And so when we talk about OST and we talk about like where certain things are going to live and who's going to be responsible, is it smarter to have an intersection, like an agency where all those agencies kind of intersect so that way they have oversight? Or are we breaking it down maybe kind of, I guess, not so much like by agency, but I guess like, are we breaking it down by like different categories so that way different folks have oversight? Or is all this just, again, like you said, can it just live with the DME, but are they going to be responsible for everything that I just mentioned?
Well, I think you raise a very excellent point in terms of some of the challenges that we've had with out of school time thus far. We have a lot of different agencies' hands in the pot, and no one is centrally responsible for the outcomes. Further, no one is centrally responsible for making sure that everyone is meeting the standards of equity and accessibility for all. And I think that was one of the impetuses for this legislation and requiring OSSE to do standards for everyone, regardless if it's a DPR program, regardless if it's an out of school time provider who's going through a charter school or a charter school providing their own out of school time. I think basically we got a lot of different people who are doing different things. And I think that actually makes it very confusing for families in terms of where to apply when, whose rules apply for whom. But I think that's also really excellent feedback. And I also just want to say, Ms. Johnson-Law, while you're here, that our intent on standards was not so that there would be some study. It was literally for OSSE to issue standards that everyone had to follow, regardless of whatever the entity was. And I don't actually think that it requires a study in order to do standards. So that was just sort of my thought on that front. The last thing that I wanted to ask, because when we talk about out of school time, a lot of people think that we're talking about after school. Perhaps that's because it's on the top of our heads because DCPS just did after school signups yesterday. But I'm curious for like Ms. Johnson-Law, can you talk a little bit about what communication, if any, proactively organizations provide when you're looking to sign up your daughter or a young person for OST programming?
So thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So I think like one of the things that I personally look for, and I'm also gonna pull in Andrea. Sorry, Andrea, I'm pulling you in just as a mom. Like when you go on the website, it's like, okay, is there like maybe like a disability contact? You know, that's why I was kind of talking about some type of like disability coordinator. You know what I mean? Because that's like a point of contact that I know would understand the programming. And so I look for somebody like that. If I don't see somebody like that, then I just go to whoever the point of contact is on the website. And that's regardless of who it is, whether it's DPR, a CBO, like just anybody. But most of the times what ends up happening is I just have to call whoever I can get a hold of to just ask my questions. And more times than not, some folks honestly don't really have answers for me. Or I get an answer of, well, the level of need that your child has, like I legally can't tell you that she can't come, but we don't have the staff to be able to accommodate her. But in order for me to even get to that point, I'm kind of having to like search, okay, just call anybody. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody really knows.
There's no central person.
Right.
But also the fact that you have to do the searching on the website. Ms. Jones, if you're still here, if you want to jump in on this, because I think it's important. Because one of the feedbacks that we're getting from, or that we've heard from the executive side, is that accessibility and out of school time for students with disabilities is not an issue. They don't know how this bill even came to being a thing. And so I think it's important to hear parent voices on this front.
And we agree with you. And it is an issue because we've been telling them that it's an issue. So I just don't think it's very fair. And I'm sorry, Andrea, like, I don't mean to take your time. I just don't think it's particularly truthful to the public to sit up here and to say that we don't understand that this is an issue. No, this is an issue. And maybe they're not hearing it as much because like, are you in Ward 7 and 8? Like, are you talking to like more Black and brown families? Like, are you trying to figure out what's going on with DPR? Are you trying to figure, you know what I mean? And it's not just like on the DME, but just everybody in the executive, the mayor included. These are really big issues. And so there's 30 people here trying to talk about this. So for them to say that they don't understand how this is an issue, it is an issue. People keep saying it's an issue. Maybe if you want to come to Ward 7 and 8, please let me know. We would love to be able to talk to you about this. Andre, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. And like, to your point, LaJoy, a lot of parents that have children with disabilities kind of give up. I myself, one of them. My child was kicked out of an OST program due to her disability. They said they couldn't handle her. And from there, you know, we have just looked outside of the district. As I said in my testimony, a lot of these parents that have children with disabilities are going outside of the district. And that's not fair because we are all taxpayers here in the district. And to have to travel to Maryland and Virginia to get services to accommodate them is just unfair to us. So maybe that's, you know, why you haven't heard much about it, or maybe that's the unknown, is because parents are just kind of doing what they have to do to make sure their child gets the appropriate social emotional support. And if that means driving, you know, up 95, you know, to get it, you know, I know parents that go all the way to Annapolis, you know, and that's just, again, the fairness and the equity of it is the problem here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And you're taxpayers, right? You shouldn't have to go to another state in order for your children to have the access to services as well. Ms. Owens and Ms. Tobin, if you're still here, and any of the other providers, if a family came to you and, you know, said, hey, we want our student here. Hey, our student has particular special needs. Do you feel like there's anyone in our government that you can call to receive any additional support to make sure that you could provide services and accessibility for that young person?
Well, I would say, I'll just quickly, and I'll send it to you, Andrea. We really rely on those strong partnerships with schools, right? So that's the first place I would go. We, you know, engage teachers in our program after school. So also seeking support from them, but we would go to the school first to ensure that we're able to accommodate and make sure that child is safe and supported.
I'd second that. We really value our relationships with our schools and the wonderful staff. So we would go there first. We would also are cognizant of the limitations of our staff and numbers and capacity. It's not our, we want to be able to support those young people. So I actually think we would also call the DME and make sure that we have the resources to be able to provide what that student particularly needs. Those would be our first two before we would go to anyone in council.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you guys so much again for your testimony. I'm way over my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a little latitude there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of the witnesses. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group, which is everyone listed on page 2 of the witness list. Jackie Carter, who's Executive Director of the Children's Legacy Theater. Jermekio Holloway, who is leader the Community Enrichment Project. Bryce Wilkham, who's External Affairs Intern with Jubilee Housing. Renee Davis, Letitia Vinson, Kalita Boyd, Moremi Pasakani, Danielle Robinette, who's with the Children's Law Center, Char Dreyer, Chili Obregon Molina, or Obregon Molina, Kumaya Haywood, Stefania Herrera, Dorian Thomas, Hannah Wilson, David Trigo, Chadden Dowait. Pause for a moment while people are being let in. The first witness in this group is Jackie Carter. Why don't you proceed?
Good morning, council member, and to everyone else in this on this day. I do want to, unfortunately, I did not prepare my written testimony, but I will, at the end of this, I am recording myself. So I first wanted to thank the Deputy Mayor's Office for Education, Learn 24, for making some changes to give some advantage to small nonprofits working in Ward 7 and Ward 8. So I thank you very much for that. However, I did want to address two things. The first one is the move to fund DC Public Schools with OST fund money, even if it's a quarter of the money, a small percentage of the money. I think that it is a wasted effort and will not have a good outcome. There are so many schools right now that are in desperate need and want to partner with CBOs and other nonprofits to bring those activities and extra tutoring support to the children, something that the schools can't do because either teacher burnout, staff burnout, or just a lack of physical energy and time. Oh, I got a minute and 39 seconds left. The second part is Councilwoman raised the issue about my after school DC. I do see it as a duplicate process, repetitive, competitive, and divisive. So we have the OST commissioners, which is doing a very good job at partnering with CBOs and with Learn 24 office. So I don't see a reason to add an additional layer on top of that. It creates more work and it divides people. So again, that's my testimony, and I thank you so much. Oh, one last thing, I have 50 seconds left. Ward 8 small nonprofits are still tasked with having to produce an audit for to receive some of the larger grants. I think it's over under $50,000. So I want to encourage Learn 24 to, if they're going to keep that rule in place, to at least increase the grant amount from 40,000 to 50,000. 50,000 being its own ceiling, the ceiling of the Learn 24 office. So I thank you very much for hearing me out, and I will go to mute and listen to the rest of the testimony and submit my written testimony later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Chemekio Holloway. Good morning, and please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamaica Holloway, a DCPS dedicated aide and a staff member with the Community Enrichment Project, a youth civic nonprofit. Today, I'm in support of additional OST funding for giving students the exposure to gain achievement for success. As a DCPS dedicated aide, I observed many students who are
Mr. Holloway, I'm going to interrupt. The audio is very poor quality.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better.
I'm sorry. As a DCPS dedicated aide, I observe many students who are not able to receive the same exposure as other students due to different levels of learning developments and supports of parents and guardians. More OST programming will not only allow students to gain exposure through learning and education, but it would bridge an enormous gap of division between youth in the city. With more programs that provide training to give resources to students with IEPs, more students will have some of the same opportunities in great measure that will increase college readiness, entrepreneurship, parental guidance, and even breaking barriers for their own families. Programs such as the Community Enrichment Project provide coping and therapeutic skills and methods through art expression programs at DCPS high schools. Imagine not being able to be a part of such programming because of not quite having the support or not thinking that you are enough to participate with students in a general education setting. This will be the Band-Aid for many families and communities, even dealing with depression or other things due to the problem of isolation. OST can provide this out-of-school experience for many students that seek resources that their own community can be hovering. Inclusion is very important in that many of our youth in conditions and circumstances where many of them won't be able to receive resources through programming without an aid or support. Due to the different measures of precedence taken for students with special needs, there has to be a great measure for advocating on their behalf as well. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. I appreciate you for considering my thoughts and suggestions so that we may continue to have council support for fair and equitable OST programs for DC students.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Bryce Wilkham.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and other members of the committee. My name is Bryce Wilkham, and I am a policy intern with the External Affairs Department of Jubilee Housing. Jubilee Housing is also a member of DC Action and supports its comments and recommendations. One of the main services we provide is after-school programming, both for residents of Jubilee Housing as well as youth who live in the neighborhood and currently serve over 60 students. Our programs not only support students in their academic career, but provide freedom to parents to pursue full-time employment and maximize their at-home time for family togetherness. Furthermore, we'd like to offer 3 comments on out-of-school time programs and funding. First, Jubilee and other members of DC Action have concerns over the proposed BSA subtitle, which expands grant-making authority to public and public charter schools. This expansion of grant-making authority without a parallel expansion of funding could have massive implications for nonprofit providers such as Jubilee. DC public schools already have their own funding sources, and this subtitle could seriously jeopardize OST opportunities for students who are enrolled in community-based OST programs. If grant-making authority is permitted at DCPS for OST programming, it is crucial that providers such as Jubilee, who have been providing services for over 15 years and are trusted by the youth and families of the city, not be negatively impacted by this expansion. We strongly recommend that DCPS and charter schools who receive grant money for OST purposes should be required to partner with community-based organizations and nonprofit OST providers to provide programming when feasible. A seamless transition to after-school services run by providers who have decades of expertise would be incredibly beneficial to teachers, parents, and most importantly, the youth. Second, we commend OSSI for the recently released Learn 24 strategic plan for 2023 to 2026. The plan includes a goal to increase after-school seats by at least 62,000 by 2026. We hope that subsequent plans regarding details supporting the development and sustainability of OST workforce, along with plans for universal access to summer programming, are forthcoming as soon as possible. Needless to say that the funding for this plan is critical to its success. Third, we call on OSSI to release the 2023-2024 RFA for 21st Century Community Learning Centers, the program, over the next 60 days. The very late decision in fiscal year 2023 to restructure the grant prevented Jubilee's ability to renew our CLCC grant for this past year. For fiscal year 24, we recommend that OSSI dedicate sufficient funding for the CCLC program to increase the number of grantees and youth served by this program. It is an exciting time at Jubilee, with 4 properties currently under development, bringing with it 52 new Brand family units. This increase in the number of children living in our residences brings new opportunities to provide tailored support for DC children. As we strive forward in our mission to provide quality out-of-school time programs for the youth of DC, we rely on the continued support from this office. We know that in order to provide the services that students so desperately need, an increased commitment to supporting OST programs is necessary. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkham. Renee Davis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Renee Davis, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and a member of PAVE Citywide Board and PAVE Ward 1's PLE Board. This year, my daughter Alexa will participate in the Summer Youth Employment Program for the first time fully in person. Alexa is an autistic young adult with a private school placement in Maryland. She's on a diploma track with 3 classes left to complete a DC diploma. And while each individual with ASD is different, all of them have some form of language or communication difficulties and experience challenges in social communication and in social interaction. Access to high quality OST programs, especially for special education students, provides so many benefits, but as we know, there are also so many added barriers for participation for the same group. For instance, many OST SPED programs do not have in-depth or accelerated curriculum. And as parents, we often struggle with transportation, both between our kids' private school placement, which is in Maryland, and also to our OST programs, whether they're in the district or any other locale in the tri-state area. OSSI, for instance, does not provide any transportation for OST programs, even if you have transportation bundled into your IEP. So when Alexa was able to join SYEP, her SYEP site opened up virtual options. And it was a great benefit for us because it allowed her to experience employment for the first time. It was an experience of doing independent work. She was able to learn how to utilize money and funds. But again, without having the ladder of opportunities be extended to her after school, she could not effectively join the workforce and do SYEP as a paid workforce student. So we would like to know whether there's a place where we can have our greater needs addressed. We want to know how you can assure that at least $25 million in reoccurring local funding for OST programs is included in the budget. And we want to thank you for, again, continuing to look at the special unique needs of OST for all learners, and not to, again, keeping in mind that some of our learners are placed outside of the district already due to their special healthcare needs and special educational needs. I'm going to pause there and hold for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Letitia Vinson. I understand you're in the waiting room, but you haven't accepted. So if you accept, we will let you in and you can testify. Kalita Boyd. Don't believe you're here.
I'm here. They just promoted me.
All right, please proceed.
May I begin?
Yes,
thank you. Thank you all for having me today. My name is Letitia Vincent, and I'm a Ward 7 resident and a proud PA parent leader. I start by thanking you all for your continued partnership and leadership on the issues that matter for our community. Your commitment to our city has significant impact, and I am grateful for that. Today, I am here to talk about the importance of OST, the need to increase equitable access to students in DC. I have firsthand witnessed the challenges of many families face in accessing programs, qualitative programs throughout the city, including this current summer season. There are currently no programs available for my children that meet their interests or convenient by location due to work. In our community, many families many families struggle to access high quality OST programming due to several reasons. Cost as a significant barrier, especially for families with lower incomes. Additionally, a lack of information sharing about available programs and cost-saving options leave families unaware of opportunities that exist. Transportations can be also a challenge, making it difficult for students to access programs, as Ms. Renee alluded, even for students with disabilities. This is sometimes far from their homes. Lastly, ensuring consistent program quality across different providers in different wards. My vision is very simple. I envision a future where every child in Washington, D.C. has access to high quality OST program that supports their children's individual needs, allowing them to explore their passions and enrich their learning. This vision must be realized regardless of the level of income or where they live. To make this vision a reality, I urge you to consider the following priorities. Increase access to OST programs, ensuring that families have access to quality programs in convenient locations that meet each of their needs, expanding programs in underserved areas and addressing transportation challenges, improve information sharing and cost-saving options, expand scholarships, vouchers, and financial aid, increase transparency and oversight in OST programs. We need to implement stronger mechanisms evaluating those programs. OST programs play a vital role in our community, and they need academic enrichment, allowing children to achieve higher academic success and engage in school while increasing attendance rates. These programs could be a root fix to an external problem that we keep trying to put the fire out on. These problems offer a space where children can explore new activities. To address these inequities, we must take action. I urge you to increase funding and resources to expand OST programming, particularly in underserved communities. Together, we can create a future where the families in Washington, D.C. have equitable access to high-quality OST. And thank you for your attention to this matter, for your dedication to our community's well-being, and to ensuring our child a better future.
Thank you, Ms. Vinson. I believe Kalita Boyd is not here. So the next witness would be Moremi Pasakani.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, good morning, members of the council. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify. I live in Ward 5, on a home in Ward 5. I've had significant challenges with access to quality out-of-school time programs. I have my 26-year-old son who attended DC Public School and has graduated from college, returned to DC, and purchased a home in DC. I have my daughter who attends Woodrow Wilson High School and has always been on the honor roll. She's in the 10th grade. And then I have my youngest son who has special needs, who attends River Terrace Education Campus. I wanted to just mention that I have applied to the only DC Parks and Recreation camp that claims to take in children with special needs. And for some reason, I thought that children with special needs would be given priority, and that did not happen. I received an email from the only therapeutic camp in DC that claims to take in children with special needs, informing me that there was no space for my autistic son at this time. He attended Woody Ward Recreation Center last summer, and I was constantly pulled aside by the staff complaining why they felt they may not be able to provide for my son's need. I was also constantly being told that he would not be able to show up to camp on the days that they had field trips. I don't know, but it seems like some serious unintentional discrimination against autistic children when it comes to access to quality out of school time programs, summer camps in DC. I did need to mention that having students with special needs in DC on the autism spectrum should not have to be a death sentence to parents' careers and ability to maintain gainful employment due to the lack of after-school programs. River Terrace does have after-school program, but it only stays open until 5:30. And so my son would end up getting kicked out of the program anyway because I work until 5 o'clock. So there needs to be out of school time programs that last up until 6 p.m., not 4:30 or 5:30. It's not enough time to navigate through DC traffic to make it there between 4:30, 5:30. We really need it up to 6 o'clock. There are a plethora of out of school time programs that are offered to typical students where parents have up till 6 o'clock to make it to the center. As of this summer, I'll have to come up with $4,000 to pay for summer camp, which is more than what I earn for 2 months because my son is autistic. And this is not fair. Now, hopefully, maybe DC will be able to pay a portion of it. And if they do, then I'm only left with $2,000 to pay, which is still a lot, but I have absolutely no choice. And I would have to have them be sent way out in Upper Marlboro to attend the only summer camp that's willing to take my son. This is not fair. And we really, really need the council members to please have the political will to implement out of school time programs to serve our needs at least up till 6 p.m. and also out of school time programs for the plethora of days that school is out. On average, there are 3 days out of each month that DC public schools are closed. So I end up having to pay close to $400 for 3 days per month because of the lack of out of school time programs. Please, I beg you to have the political will to implement these programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I just want to say, I agree with you that parents with the students on the autism spectrum should not be a death sentence to their careers or their ability to maintain gainful employment. I think that was a powerful statement you made, and I agree with you. Danielle Robinette.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a policy analyst at Children's Law Center and a former public school teacher. I am testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our staff work toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Children's Law Center supports B25-36 for its efforts to expand OST opportunities for students with disabilities. The supply of OST programming in DC falls far short of demand. A 2022 report estimates that 32,000 young people in the district face access issues that prevent their participation in OST programming. For students with disabilities, OST programming is particularly hard to find. A search of the Learn24 online program finder found that of 115 listed programs, only 31 are provided at an ADA accessible location, and only 23 provide service for children with disabilities. Moreover, of those 23, only 4 are located east of the river. This is not to say that other programs explicitly exclude students with disabilities. However, when the program or facility is not capable of supporting or accommodating their students' unique needs, families are understandably wary to enroll. OST programming meets an important need for DC children and families, and we are glad to see the council and the mayor focus on expanding access. Efforts to attract and retain OST providers who can support students with disabilities is a necessary change to ensure equitable access and meaningful inclusion. However, as more opportunities arise for these students, we urge the committee and OSSE to anticipate additional barriers to access that could undermine the work of this bill. A parent survey conducted by PAVE found that, quote, the most frequently mentioned concern was affordability, followed by transportation and difficulty getting into programs. Additionally, they found, quote, more Ward 8 parents cite lack of transportation and programs being too far away. And Ward 4 had the highest share of parents who said programs could not meet their students' specific needs. For Children's Law Center, a leading concern is that students who receive special education transportation from OSSE's Division of Student Transportation will not be able to participate in after-school programming due to a lack of accessible transportation. OSSE's special education transportation policy states that OSSE will not change a student's route to accommodate the student or parent for personal reasons, including accommodations for non-FAPE related childcare. In cases where we have asked for students to be transported to childcare facilities or therapeutic programs after school, we have been told that OSSE cannot accommodate such drop-off locations. Further, if a certain student were to participate in an OST program at their school, they would likely have to decline OSSE transportation home in order to stay late for after-school programming. The lack of transportation from OSSE will be a barrier to OST participation for some students with disabilities. As such, we strongly encourage the committee and OSSE to investigate policy changes or alternative transportation options that could be made available to support these students. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Car Dryer, I believe is not here. Julie Obregon Molina, I believe you're in the waiting room. You need to accept. I'm going to keep moving forward if Ms. Molina doesn't appear.
Oh, I'm here.
Well, I've asked a couple of times for you to proceed.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was muted and I was talking. My name is Shaylee Obregon, and I am the enrichment coordinator at the Latin American Youth Center. And the Latin American Youth Center mission is to empower a diverse population of youth to achieve a successful transition to adulthood through multicultural, comprehensive, and innovative programs that addresses youth's social, academic, and career needs. And in the Teen Center, we provide different programs. So we have a artistic program, we have art and media, we have leadership, we have tutoring and academic, we have recreational, and we offer summer job readiness. And we think that this is super important because we're incredibly grateful to receive the funding that we do to be able to run these programs. And it is super important to have a third place where youth can be between school and home. And they're able to, continue to have a creative outlet, have the tools that they need that in other places they need to pay for. So I think it's super important to do that. And we also have, and the different programs that we have are drawing and painting, graffiti, salsa, podcasting, and crochet. We do lots of leadership work. We do art exhibits. We do symposium events. And we recently had, for example, a project with American University Humanities Truck, and students were able to tell their stories and issues that were important to them, educational, immigration, and that was very successful for us so that we can see how their voice is very powerful and how they're able to do that with us. And so The staff at LOIC are urging the council to recognize the importance of OST providers without forcing us to compete with schools for public funding. We strongly request the Out of School Time Office to share with us how it plans to maintain its support to nonprofit and community-based programs. And I know that we can't run programming without the funding that we receive. And in order to do that, we would love to continue to be supported. Again, I am Shaylee from the Latin American Youth Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Quimaya Haywood. Stefania Herrera.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members Nadeau and White, and other members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Stefania Herrera, and I serve as the Executive Director for Best Kids. And I am a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. For the past 22 years, Best Kids has served over 500 youth in the DC foster care system. The Best Kids office is located in Ward 8, and we service youth from all over DC and all the wards. Our success in serving this extremely vulnerable population can be evident by the hundreds of youth who have participated in our program and have graduated high school, gone on to college or trade school, and we've helped many secure their first jobs and navigate family challenges. We provide mentoring to foster care youth and youth at risk. Right now, we are the only mentoring organization that provides foster care mentors in the DC area. And research has shown that mentoring is one of the biggest protective factors in positive youth development, reducing the risk of negative self-esteem, poor academics, and risky behavior. Last year received a $500,000 college and career mentoring grant from OST. This was such a blessing. With this new funding, we have been able to expand our programming to youth at risk and to have courses and to talk to them about college and careers and expose them to professionals who look like them and have mentors as well in this area. Currently, we are serving over 115 youth, most foster care. Well, I'd say right now it's about 50-50 foster care and other youth at risk. And most of our youth, they live in Ward 7 and Ward 8. Some examples of our success: we took our youth and mentors to Howard University Medical School. We have a partnership with them. And we had 4 Black doctors talk to them about becoming doctors and what it took. And it was just amazing to see the youth's eyes light up. And then we also provided talking points to the mentors to talk to our youth about what they can do, what they can be. We also had an event about 2 weeks ago at Deloitte. So now we have some youth that want to become accountants and in the finance area. And we're also going to be having some art therapy, but also have the art therapists talking to them, our youth, about becoming social workers. So we are very successful with this grant, but we were just, notified that it's nothing. None of our grants are continuous with OST. So now we have to reapply for all of them, which could greatly cut into our funding and to our staffing. So we definitely need to see how we can have continuing year by year or continuous funding throughout the years, because can you imagine what we can do? This is what we've done year 1, what we can do in year 2, 3, and 4. So asking the council to pass the OST inclusion bill and to ensure the necessary funding. DCPS must implement a permanent policy to support after-school partners by covering security costs. This greatly affects us. We work with 2 schools right now, in addition to other community organizations, but that's a cost that wasn't included in our budget. And all agencies must work with OST providers to ensure that youth can get and go to OST programs safely, and by including after-school programs in strategic planning and safe student transportation and implementation solutions. One of our biggest costs is transportation. We have literally had to go to Ubering our youth to some of the events because most of our youth, regardless of their foster care or they're all at risk, have had problems or trauma around transportation in the DC area. So I also have another recommendation. I would love to see OST start a grantee advisory council. I would be more than happy to serve and to help, wherever I can, because we are the boots on ground. We are the ones dealing, with the system, working with our youth, and we can see the progress. We can see the opportunity. We are having impact, and we want to see how we can create that and help and use all of our
Ms.
tools.
Herrera, you're almost a minute and a half over your time, and I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
I will be providing
Oh.
it. Thank you.
Thank-
If you have any
thank you.
questions, please contact me. Appreciate it.
Dorian Thomas, I believe is not here. Hannah Wilson, I believe is not here. David Trudeau,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Thank you. David Trudeau, Director of the Washington Urban Debate League. I'd like to start off just by seconding what Riley and some of the other members of the action have said, celebrating the thriving and high quality ecosystem of nonprofits providing OST in DC. We all want young people to have a safe place to go and to do something productive in their after school and summertime. But I come today because I believe some of the language that's been hastily added undermine some of these common goals. Specifically, I'd like to raise concerns with the proposed language that allows DCPS to apply for Learn 24 grants directly. And I have some suggestions of revisions, so I'll detail momentarily. First of all, I think there are some unintended consequences here. The creation of this policy didn't consult existing stakeholders, even within DCPS. It's kind of just appeared on a line in the bill one day, and I think has some unintended consequences. So even if this is a good policy, let's spend the coming year writing a good version of it and implement it next year instead of kind of putting a half-baked idea on the books. Number two is equity. As Riley articulated, without some stronger guardrails, more affluent schools will take a disproportionate amount of these grants, expanding inequality. I've spoken to some PTA members at affluent schools who use the term salivating at this opportunity to channel more money west of the park. Number three is quality. As written now, the proposed policy will build more school and teacher run programs, which just puts more and more burdens on existing overstressed educators who are on the verge of quitting anyway. To quote a lot of the teachers I work with when I ask them to do more, you can't pay me enough. There is no number. I can't buy time off and stress management. These overstretched educators don't have the bandwidth or the background to offer evidence-based, exciting, properly planned programming. So it'll just become a holding pen for young people, which is not adding value to anybody. As a result, I urge the council to either strike the subtitle or add substantial changes to the language that would require the schools to pass the money on to an existing quality OST provider. I also want to note about the dosage requirements. The current standard of at least 3 times a week is not reflective of student interest or how schools work at all. Most programs are Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, and a 3+ times a week is just not reflective of what the kids actually want from their experience. I'd also like to just mention what Councilman Henderson had asked about earlier, that risk management challenges are ongoing. Though we have had some productive conversations with Abby Cohen and others at DCPS trying to help. So thank you for that. And I yield my negative 12 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. And I have a copy of your statement. Thank you for that. Shaden Dolwitt. I believe is not here. That's going to conclude the testimony from this group of witnesses. I do not have any questions for you. Let me see, Councilmember Nadeau, do you have any questions?
I do not.
And Councilmember Henderson stepped away. I think she's here. Several of you did not submit statements, Ms. Carter, Ms. Pasacani. I'm sorry, I did have your statement. Ms. Molina, Ms. Herrera. If you would provide them, that would be great. Anyone else who's watching who wishes to submit a statement has 2 weeks to do so. I'm going to thank each of you, and we're going to turn to the executive witnesses. So you all are excused. Again, thank you for your time and your testimony. So nothing's happening at the moment because we're trying to figure out whether the executive witnesses will be in person, which is what we were expecting, or virtual. I believe the deputy mayor is virtual. The three witnesses we're looking for is Paul Kine, Deputy Mayor for Education, Dr. Shantaya Lowe, who's Executive Director of the OST Office, and Victoria Glick, who is the Director of Special Education in the Office of the State Superintendent for Education. I'll pause for a moment while this gets straightened out. So we're going to pause for a moment while we wait for everybody. Deputy Mayor Kine, do you want to go first and then Dr. Lowe and then Ms. Glick? All right. then you're on. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I am honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Bill 25-036, the Out of School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. I want to start by recognizing the critical importance of out of school time in the fabric of our city's education system and of the nonprofit youth serving organizations who make this work possible. Out of school time programs, both school year and summer, provide children and youth with engaging programs that expand their interests, build their confidence, motivation, and skills, and promote their well-being and safety, and at the same time provide critical support to working families. I am proud that the DME houses the Office of Out of School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes. This office was first established by the DC Council in February of 2017 through the Office of Youth Outcomes and Grants Establishment Act to support high quality out of school time programming to District of Columbia students via equitable distribution of resources. Learn 24 launched 1 year later. The Out of School Time office has made great strides over the past 5 years. We have expanded from a small founding team with 1 pass-through grantee to a mature office with 11 staff that awards around 180 grants to high-performing nonprofit organizations serving approximately 15,000 youth annually. Following the transition of the founding OST executive director, the DME was thrilled to bring a new leader on board this past summer, Dr. Lowe, to steer this important work with a strong team. With Dr. Lowe at the helm of the OST office, we are investing in our core strategic priorities, expanding after school with a focus on students with limited OST access and high needs, creating an integrated experience for families, streamlining and strengthening the grants process for providers, building the capacity of the OST office, and strengthening provider capacity and program quality. You will hear more from Dr. Lowe directly about the OST office's achievements to date and planned work in fiscal 24 and beyond towards these goals. As we look to the future of OST, we are excited that the council has supported our inclusion of My After School DC in the fiscal 24 budget. This $5 million down payment on after school and youth development will serve to address the struggles that many of our families have faced in identifying high quality, accessible after school options. The majority of the funding for My After School DC, $3.1 million, will go directly to free after school programming in priority elementary schools. Moreover, the My After School DC system modeled on My School DC will be a one-stop shop and user-friendly portal for OST programs offered by a range of agencies, including the OST office, the Department of Parks and Recreation, and schools, and will thereby increase ease of access for families. Building on the findings from the DC Policy Center's recently completed OST needs assessment, we seek to expand OST seats for students with the greatest needs and access barriers. That is why we are earmarking $2.5 million in OST funding this year for students with disabilities and special education needs through the OST office's annual budget, as well as adding funding at DPR and OSSI to expand access for children and youth with disabilities. The OST funding for students with disabilities and special education needs will go to expanded seats through competitions and scholarships and training for providers. We appreciate the spirit of the Out of School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023 and support its goals, to which we are committed. However, we have some concerns about the legislation as written. First, we urge the council to make policies related to students with disabilities and special needs broadly and not focus specifically on students with individualized education programs or IEPs. IEPs have a specific legal and practical meaning in a general education and not an out-of-school time context, and do not encompass students with physical disabilities. In addition, we will learn a lot about quality standards, training needs, and costs for providers serving students with disabilities from our work this year, and we would like to gather that information before codifying legislation. Moreover, we are not certain that developing formal standards and conducting a study on financial standards to attract and retain providers qualified to serve students with disabilities are the best uses of resources in this fiscally constrained environment. Finally, we look forward to working with this council on the intended reach of OST programs serving students with disabilities and associated costs. This is an important and complex topic, and we look forward to working with you to reach our shared goals for inclusive, high-quality out-of-school time in the District of Columbia. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. So let's hear from the other witnesses and then I'll have some questions. Dr. Lowe?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Shantia Lowe, and I'm honored to have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on our office's work as it relates to our children, youth, and families, and on the Out-of-School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. First, I will take you on the OST journey that has led us to this juncture, where we are on the cusp of district-wide transformational positive change in service of our children and youth. I will speak to the impact of the OST office, our points of pride, and our overarching vision. Then I will outline our office's response to the bill and how we are carefully and deliberately crafting our approach to expand inclusion for students with disabilities in OST, in keeping with the spirit of the legislation beginning in FY24. First, the OST impact. Shepherding the work of the OST office has a systemic impact as the powerful and positive outcomes of out-of-school time programs on the lives of thousands of young people have been proven time and time again. For example, this past fall alone, DC Scores served 2,500 students at 60 elementary and middle schools, and surveys showed a positive impact on the social, emotional health of poor athletes, where 99% reported caring about their teammates, and 97% reported feeling safe, reported feeling confident, reported feeling that their coach cared about them. The DC Youth Orchestra reported that, quote unquote, this is a pseudonym, Patrice, a fourth grade student at Tacoma Elementary School, exceeded expectations in dedication and in budding musicianship. At Recreation Wishlist, 78% of scholars saw their overall grades jump 1/2 or 1 entire letter grade from the fourth grade of school year 21-22 to the second quarter of school year 22-23. At the Ethiopian Community Service and Development Council, quote, most of the youth in the program felt that it was very difficult to talk about mental health with people before the many workshops. They are now not only learning how to become a teen advocate, they have learned how to reach out as a constituent to the leaders in their community and government. At After School All-Stars, at a time when many schools are experiencing significant culture and safety challenges in our students' neighborhoods, families know their students are safe from 3 to 6 p.m. each day. After School All-Stars is working closely with school administrators and partners to design and to facilitate increased opportunities for mentoring, family engagement, and community action. Recently, to address the challenges mentioned above, the staff engaged in sessions facilitated by Minds in Motion, a team of licensed therapists, and all of whom identify as Black men, and many of whom are former DCPS educators, to discuss the ways trauma can manifest in young people, how their teams can support young people experiencing acute and ongoing traumatic incidents, and how to ensure culturally relevant mental health care for all of their on-the-ground teams. And lastly, but certainly not least, according to the mother of a Washington Nationals Philanthropies Program participant, with the help of the BASE program, her son is focusing on being his best self. He has received 2 school awards and principal's honor roll. The Academy plays a significant role in their lives. You have now gotten a snapshot on the impact of OST and of our office, and of how high quality after school programs encompassing youth development, leadership, athletics, and arts can facilitate positive youth development, improve students' mental health, increase young people's excitement, engagement, sense of belonging, etc. I am deeply committed to creating continuity promoting quality and inclusivity, and expanding access to after-school opportunities in DC for all students, and especially for students in DC with the greatest needs. Our points of pride over the past 9 months. So in the 9 months in which I have had the distinct pleasure of leading the OST office, I have been laser focused on improving our office's systems and operations to improve the grantee, the student, and the OST staff experience. I am proud that we are continuing to staff up our office with great people. Our office is only as strong as the people who work in it. And so building a strong, highly skilled and comprehensive OST team continues to be my priority. I want to pause to acknowledge and sincerely thank the OST team for their hard work this year, because without them, we would not have had the magnitude of impact that we have had during this fiscal year, with our largest number of grantees and students served to date. With most of our team in place, our office has made several significant gains and improvements. Here are 5 concrete examples that illustrate our office's impact, improvements, and points of pride. From the beginning of fiscal year 23 until now, as an office, we have accomplished the following. Number 1, we have streamlined and centralized the grant making and grant administration. We have updated insurance policies, moving from standardized to individualized review. 3, we have collaborative efforts on OST security costs. We have expanded grant competitions, whereby for school year, in FY23, the highest awarded amount was $150. For FY24, it will be $160,000. For year-round, it was $275,000 for FY23. It will be $285,000 for FY24. For small nonprofits, it will be $40,000 for FY23, when it was $25,000 for it will be $40,000 for FY24, when it was $25,000 for FY23. And last but certainly not least, we have continued our rigorous OST capacity building and quality assurance. Now to our OST vision as we look ahead. The OST vision is comprised of 3 things: expansion, access, and inclusivity. And these are all in response to issues that have been raised by our constituents. And so regarding expansion, as we look ahead, I'm very excited to continue to expand the reach and impact of the OST office to ensure that more students can participate in OST programs and that our programs serve students and communities with the greatest needs. With an expanded OST team in FY24, thanks to the generous and needed additional funding for the My After School DC initiative supported by this body, we will be able to award more grants through our fiscal year competitions, school year and summer, create more OST seats, and serve more OST students. We have added priority points in all OST FY24 competitions in support of an educational equity approach so that we award programs that serve students with the greatest OST needs as identified by the recent needs assessment completed by the DC Policy Center. This expansion in staffing and in funding will allow us to award more grants to nonprofit organizations with a track record of providing high quality OST programs. Regarding access, through our OST office's funding expansion in FY24, our vision for OST expansion, access, and increased inclusion is one step closer to becoming a reality. We as an office sincerely and again thank this council and our partners for making this possible. Looking ahead to FY24, as a result of the increase in funding, we will be able to be even more data-driven through an expanded data team, as well as more community-focused, thanks to the addition of multiple staffing opportunities through the newly acquired $5 million. Regarding inclusion, as part of our push for increased access and inclusion, we are earmarking $2.5 million of our current funds to better serve students with disabilities and special needs in FY24. This will be implemented through scholarships, staff trainings, and grant competitions. The grant competitions will provide priority points and access to increased funding for applicants that serve students with disabilities and special needs to encourage grantees to serve these populations and to address identified service gaps as determined by the OST office's needs assessment. We will use the dedicated funding to support specialized trainings for providers through the Institute for Youth Development so they are well equipped to work with students with disabilities and those with other special needs. Now we're going to turn to feedback on the Out of School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. Thank you for your continued support of OST as we continually work to ensure that programs are available and accessible to all students. We appreciate the spirit behind the Out of School Time Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. In fact, Our office is already adhering to much of what the bill requires, particularly around the training of providers serving students with disabilities and special education needs, and expanding seats for these students. Examples of what we are planning for FY24 include establishing and standardizing our quality, inclusivity, and accessibility standards for grantees, prioritizing grant competition applicants that serve, identify special and high-need student communities, and capacity building to serve students with disabilities. Notwithstanding these developments, we do have some concerns around how the bill is currently drafted. For one, OST programs are distinct from educational programs, and therefore student accommodations that are by nature designed for an education setting are not appropriate in an OST context. We would prefer the bill focus on access for students with disabilities and special education needs, but omit language relating to IEP accommodation specifically. Secondly, through our work in FY24, we will learn a lot more about recruitment and training of providers. We would prefer to gain insights from our learnings, OST data, and annual needs assessment than from an external study that will require resources that could otherwise be used for OST's core work of serving students and building provider capacity. If we do conduct a study, we would like to weave it into our annual needs assessment. I would want to consider the cost of transportation for students with disabilities and special education needs, which can be a barrier to program access. Finally, it is not necessarily clear to us that what the ultimate goal of the legislation is. While we seek to reach all students who want to access programs, including students with disabilities and special education needs, we have constrained resources in our city's budget and want to ensure we are strategically prioritizing funding towards students with the greatest needs across a range of categories, including income, language, ability, geography, to close access gaps. In conclusion, I am heartened by the Council's interest and investment in OST programs and the work of the OST office, as well as by the spirit of the bill under discussion today. I look forward to engaging with you on this increasingly important work.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Ms. Glick?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Victoria Glick. I am the Director of Special Education in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I am pleased to join you today to discuss Bill 2536, Out of School Time, Special Education Inclusion and Standards Amendment Act of 2023. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge Mayor Bowser's and the Council's commitment to expanding access to before and after care and childcare programming for students with disabilities through the Enhancing Childcare Access for Children with Disabilities Amendment Act of 2023. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget included $6.8 million in special education enhancement funds allocated to OSSE's Division of Early Learning to enhance access and quality of childcare for children with disabilities. This investment will allow us to reach some of our most vulnerable residents. OSSE appreciates that even in tough budgetary environment, in a tough budgetary environment, Council has maintained this mayoral priority in the forthcoming budget. With these funds, OSSE will create a new grant program that will award funds to child development facilities and before and after care programs licensed by OSSE to cover the cost of operating dedicated slots for infants, toddlers, and school-age children with disabilities. Funds will be equally divided between grants for infants and toddler slots and grants for before and after care slots. OSSE estimates that up to 75 infants and toddlers and 100 school-age children with disabilities will benefit from this program. Funds will also be used to improve services for pre-K students with disabilities served by community-based organizations. Finally, the funds will support a referral system to place children with disabilities in grant-funded slots, increasing access to quality childcare for families with the students with disabilities. OSSE plays a limited role in the provision of out-of-school time services, so I will focus my testimony today on Bill 2536. I want to acknowledge the changes to the language that Councilmember Henderson referenced earlier. OSSE agrees that equitable access for students with disabilities to out-of-school time programs is important and appreciates the spirit of this legislation. However, we do have concerns with the language as drafted. The legislation relies upon the implementation of an individualized education program, or an IEP, in OST to deliver equitable access for students with disabilities. However, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, which provides the legal basis for IEPs, is not designed to serve this purpose. IDEA requires educators to deliver IEP services to students to support their access to the education environment. OST programs do not qualify as an education environment for purposes of IDEA. And as a result, a student's IEP services are not designed to support engagement in an OST program. An example of this is an accommodation that places a student's desk in greater proximity to a teacher, or an accommodation that provides extended time and text-to-speech accommodations for formal assessments. Further, there are logistical and privacy concerns with sharing IEPs, including that schools are not permitted to share this information without parent consent. In addition, legislation is limiting in its protections for students with disabilities. As written, the bill addresses only students with qualifying disabilities under IDEA, and it omits protections for students with disabilities under Section 504 of the Rehab Act of 1973. By focusing on IEPs, the legislation narrows its applicability only to the provision of public education, which is not conducted in OST. Further, the legislation requires OSSI to help the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes develop standards to train or recruit OST program providers to accommodate students with IEPs. OSSI does not have expertise in recruitment, so we are ill-suited to develop recruitment standards. Further, the reliance on IEPs for staff training again presents an obstacle because they are inapplicable to an out-of-school setting. IEP services are designed to be delivered by trained educators for specific purposes in an education environment. IEPs contain individualized goals specifically developed to meet DC's academic standards and are not generally applicable outside of school settings. To expand access to OST opportunities for students with disabilities, OSSI encourages council to invest resources in grant programming or direct services designed to expand access for children with disabilities, like the Therapeutic Recreation Center in Ward 7 and OSSI's new grant program. OSSI appreciates council's desire to expand OST opportunities for students with disabilities. However, the proposed legislation imposes educational goals in non-educational settings rather than building institutional capacity, and it limits supports to a subset of students with disabilities. Thank you for providing this opportunity to testify on the bill. Today, I am pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Glick. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. So we're going to try 10-minute rounds of questions. Ms. Glick, most of your testimony seems to be regarding problems around the bill's focus on IEPs, but you acknowledged that Councilmember Henderson suggested that the bill should be targeted, I can use that word, to students who have disabilities rather than IEPs and broader. So doesn't that make most of your objection go away?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Chairman. Yes, OSSI's position is that we believe strongly in improving equitable access to these programs for all students with disabilities, and that existing laws in the district and oversight activities do exist to ensure that students are able to meaningfully access these programs. We also believe that there are existing investments in ensuring expansion of access to seats for students with disabilities across a number of programs, three of which I'll describe briefly. The first being the mayor's investment of $6.8 million in childcare slots and out-of-school time programming for students with disabilities. The second being the childcare subsidy, of which provides over 1,000 slots for students, of which students with disabilities have access to. And the third being our 21st Century Grant Program that OSSE administers, that ensures the delivery of equitable access for students with disabilities to out-of-school time slots.
All right, I'm not sure that answered my question. So I'm looking at the last page of your testimony. Actually, the last paragraph on the second to the last page raises concerns because of IEPs, and then the next paragraph, concerns with sharing IEPs, and then the next paragraph, only students with qualifying disabilities under IDEA, and then the next paragraph, further reliance on IEPs. So my question was, your testimony seems to be focused on issues around the bill being for students with IEPs, but you acknowledge that Councilmember Henderson said he wants it broader than that and wouldn't have it around, he would get rid of the IEP. And so doesn't that make most of your objections go away?
Yes, yes, we agree wholeheartedly that equitable access for students with disabilities is very important in these programs, and that investments in existing grant programs would encourage additional meaningful access.
Thank you. I will have a couple more questions for you in a minute, but I wanted to turn to Mr. Kine. Your testimony, Mr. Kine and Dr. Love, both, I used the word complained of a study, focusing on a study, where's the language? We're not certain that conducting a study on financial standards is the best use of resources, but the bill doesn't call for a study. So how did you both get to study?
Thanks, Chairman. I'll have to check. I think it doesn't call for a study on standards, but it does call for a study on the financial cost. I can have my team check that quickly.
It does undertake a study to determine financial standards. Is that very extensive, the way you read that?
I think anytime that we undertake a study that's invited by legislation, it becomes extensive. I mean, I have in mind something like the adequacy study.
I'm laughing only because at budget time, we put lots of studies into the Budget Support Act, and they all seem to have costs in multiples of 150 or maybe 300. No, that's a multiple of 150. Or 500, but I think that might be a multiple of 150. I don't read that here, but I'll leave that. I'll let that lead to my next question. Do you have a sense of what the cost of the bill would be? So if we adopted the bill today, we'd have to have a fiscal impact statement. ORA would reach out to your office. Do you have a sense of what the bill would cost?
I actually don't, and I think this is the primary message that I think I'm trying to get across in my testimony. I believe Dr. Lowe was as well. We have an unusual and completely shared set of goals, I think, across the executive and council in relation to this work, to both dramatically expand access to out-of-school time programming for students with disabilities, but also to ensure quality. We have embarked on quite an enormous and step change set of work this upcoming fiscal year. We've got earmarked dollars in out of school time. We've got training that we've delivered. We have work going on at DCPS. We have the $6.8 million at OSSE for the first time. We've got dedicated funding at DPR. And I think my perspective is very clearly, we may need legislation, but we frankly don't know exactly what needs to be in it yet. So let's take, for example, this idea that we need standards. I mean, as you know very well, Chairman, there are all different kinds of standards that live in the world. And you could imagine a document that's 100 pages long full of standards for out-of-school time providers that none of the small CBOs would be able to adhere to, as opposed to a few pages of guidance on process, for example, the kind of standards that DCPS currently operates with, which invites an approach to ensuring every student that shows up for out-of-school time programming actually is able to continue in it. And so we have a lot of learning to do, I think, before we legislate a deliverable that may actually be too early or ill fit for purpose, both I think on the standards question, but also on the cost question. A very complex issue. I think we're all committed to the same outcomes, but we think that this legislation is a little bit early in the process.
So should we have this hearing again next year on June 6th or 7th? And that will have been pretty much the completion of a school year 23-24, and then move forward with the legislation?
I would certainly welcome that as an approach. I also think it's very important that as we go through this journey, we do it together, meaning we are going to have lots and lots of touch points with community, practitioners, families, across government as we develop both the way in which we're spending this new money, but also as we develop, importantly, the My After School DC program, which will of course be open to all families, including those who have special needs. So yeah, absolutely.
It's a little hard to answer this question, but I'll ask it anyway. So then will you testify a year from now that we should wait another year, or we're ready to proceed with the bill?
I mean, in a sense, it's a little bit of an unfair question,
Yeah, I said that,
but I will do my best to answer it, which is, I think you all clearly are responsible for deciding when and how and what legislation should look like. I think there's obviously a role for legislation that can sustain over time and through administration's approaches to this kind of complex topic. So it's very possible that I personally would believe legislation would be helpful to the city at large and to this set of programs. I might also say, given the work that we've done, we've accomplished our goal and set of deliverables. And so council's normal oversight function in checking in on progress is more appropriate. But I don't know exactly what that might be a year from now.
So I'm going to shift the focus of my questions, and there'll be another round. It's generally agreed, and I think there was a needs assessment that said there need to be tens of thousands of more out of school time seats. How are we going to get there?
So the needs assessment, I think you're referring to is the DC Policy Center
Yeah.
needs assessment, and they had a few different tiers in terms of need. And they basically said, if you want to get to all kids in the city, you need 30,000 more seats. If you want to get to students who live in a certain tier of income threshold, it's something lower than that. If you want to get to those students that have the highest needs in terms of income, we actually are currently meeting the needs. So it's clear that we want to expand access. I mean, take the DCPS program, for example, that's direct run. 55 schools, 7,000 students, but almost every single school has a wait list. So we do know there's family demand for this kind of programming, in addition to the specific demand for programming that serves students with disabilities. The way that we're going to get there, I think, is ensuring that we have a coherent approach across all agencies and we provide the resources necessary, meaning there will be additional dollars required in order to fund additional seats, and in particular seats that remove barriers. So that's the journey that we're on together.
But you have a strategic plan?
For the
A
out of school time
24
office,
A Learn 24 strategic plan?
it's under development. So it's currently with out of school time commission for feedback, and then it'll be posted publicly for public comment as a draft before it's finalized in the fall.
So when's it going to be posted for comment?
I'll ask Dr. Lowe if we know the timing.
Like Deputy Mayor Kine mentioned, is currently with the commission for review and commentary. Once the commission approves it for public commentary, then it will be made public. It will be made public. We anticipate it being made public. Our goal is by the end of June, which is our next commission meeting. But that all depends on what the commission, if the commission will be ready to make it available for public commentary.
Right, that gives me no sense here. Can you give me more of a sense? So the June meeting is,
If everything goes according to plan, it will be available for public commentary at the end of June. And if approved by the commission to be available for public commentary.
And do you expect can the commission delay that?
If they don't think it's ready, yes, they could potentially delay.
So it's too soon to say, to ask what that strategic plan calls for in terms of expanding the number of seats.
Yes, it is too soon to make that determination.
Let me turn to colleagues and then there'll be another round. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you, Chairman. Good to see everybody here today. I want to start with the Deputy Mayor. A few questions here. I am concerned about what I've heard about lack of coordination and strategy development within DME around OST programming and payment delivery. Service providers continue to report to council that the significant delays in grant repayment. In some cases, I've heard about programming ending before service providers received even a grant agreement from the DME. Do you think that's fair?
I don't think it's fair as a general statement, no, but I do know there are specific circumstances. I personally have leaned into some of them. We had some significant payment delays related to a mistake that was made in the OCFO in 2021. We also had some delays in payments related to invoices that were incorrectly submitted, and we needed to provide additional technical assistance during our Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program. And then there were some delays, frankly, because we were short some of our grant specialists in the OST office that we had to work hard to mitigate. So yes, there are definitely instances of this happening. It's part of what Dr. Lowe is talking about when she says strengthening systems. We've done work to streamline the process. We're getting additional permissions built into the process, so there aren't the bottlenecks that we've seen in the past. So yes, we are working on it, but I don't think it's fair as a general statement.
Are OST funds used for Safe Passage and Safe Blocks?
They were, because Safe Passage, Safe Blocks was run out of the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, and we as an office don't have grant-making authority, we did take advantage of OST's expertise to distribute those funds to those nonprofits, yes. And there was a grant specialist that was hired specifically to help support that program in the OST office.
But that did not come from the OST funding pot?
Correct.
How were those funded?
They were funded through ARPA dollars.
Okay. And you're testifying that these issues with payment have been resolved?
You'd have to share with me some specific examples, and as always, I'd be very, very happy to look at the individual cases. The ones that I've worked on have been resolved, but of course, there will be others that we're happy to continue to focus on.
Okay. How many full-time equivalents are currently on the grant management team?
Currently have two grants management specialists. One is a grants management specialist. One is coming on board on June 20th.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Dr. Lowe, this doesn't seem to have worked.
Oh, yeah, I think we might have too many microphones on. I'll turn mine off while you speak.
Try it again.
Can you hear me?
Hit the button again.
Oh, there you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, so currently when fully staffed, the grants team is 5 full-time employees. We currently have 3, and 1 is starting on June 20th. And we have 1 role that is closing on June 9th that we are hiring for.
And how many of those currently review the contracts and the grants?
All of the grants management team support the grant review process.
Okay. One of the things that I've heard pretty consistently is from providers is that it's hard to hire and retain qualified staff. Usually we're talking about part-time workers. And I know that some of that challenge is about one-time funding and not having grants that continue on or not having the certainty of that. How are we working to address that piece of it?
Dr. Lowe can share. So first of all, we acknowledge that as an issue for the nonprofits we work with. Many of them are small, they're doing tireless work. And we know this is a real challenge for some of them. So 100%. We have worked over time. I worked with the prior executive director to create these extension grants that were much simpler, that were just if you did what you were supposed to do, you would actually get access to the funding on a continuous basis. And Dr. Lowe and her team have been working to actually expand that program. So it is the case that we will continue to ensure that there are effectively multi-year grants in process with these very kind of light administrative touch points in between as we just work to ensure folks are doing what they say they're doing.
How are we addressing issues with the clearance of provider staff through the CPR?
You're talking about the background checks, Councilmember? Yeah, so we were, as you know, we worked very hard on the background check process, and we are pleased. We think that that process has led to an expedited review of staff. And so at this point, we think that's in decent shape. And I'll let Dr. Lowe add anything on the background check process that's relevant here.
You got it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we have heard from our grantees, multiple stakeholders, that is a challenge. And we are working to, as best we possibly can, to streamline it in collaboration with other government agencies.
Where do you think it needs streamlining? What's the process now and where are the bottlenecks? Because I know we've looked at this a lot over the years for various things. And I want to see what you're hearing now.
So two things. One, we can either go through DCPS or DCHR. Ideally, it'll be just one process as opposed to different government agencies managing the background check process. So ideally, as opposed to it being different agencies, it will be one agency processing all background clearances in an ideal world.
That's the main thing.
And the length of time it takes for those checks to come back.
Where are the bottlenecks now?
The bottlenecks related to the time it takes to get them back. Background checks just takes time to see what the status of people are. So the bottleneck for me, I would say, is the length of time it takes for grantees to get the results for their staff members so that they can begin working.
This is all process, Councilmember, you know. First of all, I mean, again, the council bill, we think, did fix the major bottleneck. So we're continuing to run that and work to ensure that's true. Secondly, the bottlenecks are often a result of individual people not fully complying with what they need to do. So we've continued to lean in to try to provide more technical assistance to make sure that folks are and don't have these delays. Because the actual, once it's in, it's days now rather than weeks to get stuff through the process.
Are you tracking it? I mean, do you have data on how long it's taking people to get through?
As a government, we do. I don't have it right here, but we have be happy to provide that. We spent a lot of time kind of mapping out the process and figuring out how long it takes at different stages. So we'd be happy to let you know if you're continuing to hear concerns about that.
Yeah, because I mean, you're right. I mean, we did take it up, I think it was the end of last year. And if it's resolved the issues, then great. But if not, then we should come back to it. It is one of the things that providers are still raising as a concern about how when they're trying to bring staff on, especially the part-time staff, they won't wait around. And so they lose that staff. So, okay. I wanted to talk about the OST subtitle in the BSA, allowing DCPS to have access to OST grants. Could we talk more about the thinking there?
Sure. So I will admit I'm a primary driver of this subtitle. I looked at the landscape of after-school work that we do, and I'm thinking to myself from a perspective of a family, what I'm hoping for is expanded access that is inclusive and will be done seamlessly through a new portal that we'll establish. And a lot of that work is done by schools. We certainly currently now give funding through 21st Century and the OST to charter schools, nonprofits. And then through 21st Century, DCPS gets about just under 5 million, and it contributes 2.5 million of local dollars to support all of its own out of school time work. It's got 55 schools. It hires itself coordinators and an infrastructure, and then pays stipends to about 700 teachers to provide access to that. Those are programs that families at those schools primarily use as their after school provider. So when we're thinking about expanding access to after school programming at our priority schools, in my own mind, that does include DCPS, that does do direct provision. As I shared before, many of those schools actually do have wait lists. And so you could imagine one very good use of additional after school funding is to basically expand the programming that exists at those schools provided by DCPS in order to ensure that you're clearing the wait lists. And so that was our thinking about it. I have heard from providers, there were several that testified this morning about specific concerns, I think related to, in particular, the idea that you've got more affluent schools with active PTAs or PTOs that actually would get a leg up in any competition. I hear that. I don't imagine that that would actually be a problem, given that we're going to be prioritizing schools and prioritizing access for students that are farthest from opportunity. But I understand that is a consideration or a concern. I think there's ways to mitigate that. But I think to basically just leave DCPS out because you're worried there's going to be bad action somehow disadvantages the families at those schools that currently only have provision provided by DCPS.
Sure. I guess, are we then broadening, are we making the pot bigger with 21st century funds? Or are we having more entrance into the same pot?
Well, I think of it as different funding sources that provide money to the same program. So
Okay.
right now, DCPS takes, I think it's $4.8 million it gets from 21st Century. It supplements that with $2.5 million out of its UPSFF funding. And it then provides that money to pay for the schools that it delivers service at. So it
Again-
already has two sources of funding.
What I'm trying to get at here is this an effort to streamline how out of school time is provided? Or by adding DCPS into this system, are we going to disadvantage organizations that have been doing this work already?
My perspective is that it's the former,
Okay.
meaning we're simply trying to expand the number of dollars available to specific priority schools to make sure all kids that want access to after-school programming at those schools can have it. And if we're going to do that through the out-of-school time office funding, then you need to be able to give that money to DCPS. If we want to exclude DCPS, then we can only do it through partner organizations. By the way, DCPS has 84 active MOAs. It knows how to do partnerships as well.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm
that's a
totally
path.
familiar with that. I guess what I really want to know is if you could, and maybe I can do this on another round, if you could have someone break down how much money how much money is going to DCPS for these programs right now? How much money is in OST? And how much there will be combined once this law goes into effect, basically.
Well, we're happy to, we know the 24 funding and the budget for all of this work, so we're very happy to provide that.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you all for your testimony. I want to start with Ms. Glick. And this is at a very high level, and I think I know the answer, but years ago, OSSI said improving the learning of students with special education needs as a top priority and closing the achievement gap, if you will, for those students as among its top priorities. Is that still one of the top priorities for OSSI?
Thank you, council member. Yes, it is.
And does OSSI, as a matter of strategy, see OST as a lever in improving student performance for students with special needs?
Absolutely. We agree with the spirit of the legislation to improve access for students with disabilities to programming outside of the school day. That is absolutely something that we believe.
I imagine you were going to say that. And so that's a philosophical aim, and I take it to heart that OSSI believes that. So now zooming in on the application, where on a grantee application would a provider include their inclusion plan or how they're targeting services, support, learning for students with special education?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
And maybe this is also a question, Dr. Lowe, that you can jump in on. But if this is a priority, which I trust that it is, we're seeing OST as a lever towards that priority. Where on the application could we point to say we're asking providers to spell out how they're advancing that priority?
So thank you for the opportunity to clarify where we look directly at equitable access in our programs. OSSI has a limited role in OST across the district, and in our partnership with the OST program office, we've sought to align our approach to equitable access. Specifically in our 21st Century Grants program, our grantee applicants are required to convey their commitments to meeting all of the federal and local laws around equitable access, including reasonable accommodation under Section 504 and their commitment to accessibility under the ADA. And we have redesigned our grant program to reflect oversight activities for those grantees, to include looking at their program quality and actual delivery of their programs on-site through on-site visits and reviews of their data and activities to ensure that they are meeting those commitments that they've made in their applications.
And Dr. Lowe, if you want to jump in.
Yes.
Is there a specific place in the application where providers are asked to provide their vision for supporting students with special?
In our FY24 grant application, we are very pointed and direct in asking our applicants, to provide information on who they will be serving, how they will be serving them, and the percentage of youth that classify as a student with a disability or an English language learner, et cetera. So yes, we are very deliberate this year in FY24 to make sure that we know who is serving which population, and also, in addition to that, providing priority points for applicants that serve students we consider who have the greatest need.
Related to that, what technical support is provided to providers? And so I'm excited to hear that it seems like in this upcoming round of applications, there will be more targeted focus on that. What technical support is provided to providers around supporting students with special needs?
So we do have the Institute for Youth Development, who is the professional development and training / technical assistance arm of the OST office. We are actually in real time right now. We do have working groups to ascertain, okay, what will be the required trainings for our OST providers? And those required trainings will include supporting and being equipped to serve students with intellectual and physical disabilities. So our Institute for Youth Development is our technical assistance arm of the OST office, and they'll be creating right now the required trainings for OST providers to best serve all of our kids.
Nice. And is that something, I'm hearing you say that's in the works now, which I imagine that means when implemented, it would be new?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Councilman, I was just going to jump in if I could to say, one thing that we haven't made very, very clear is I think something we all know, which is that right now, all of these providers serve students with disabilities. I mean, DCPS, which is the place we have the best data, 14% of the young people in their after-school programs out of school time have disabilities, which matches exactly the proportion of students.
And I don't
with disabilities
challenge
in their
that, but
system.
what we routinely hear from parents is that there is not equity in how students with disabilities, learning challenges, or different needs are being served in these programs.
Yeah, and that's the journey that we're together on. And I was simply going to jump in to say that all of these providers have actually been doing this work in different ways. And what we're trying to do is make these things now more formalized and more required. So for example, Dr. Lowe hasn't shared that the most popular trainings they ran this year were the trainings for providers on how to serve students with disabilities. So they did do that this year, but they were optional, and now they're going to be required.
And I love to hear that, but doesn't that concede the point for the need of standards, which is what the legislation calls for?
I don't think it concedes the point because I don't think anybody knows what the quote unquote standards are and what are the ones that we
But
need.
you're suggesting that there's an effort to normalize across providers because again, there are so many students with disabilities. Everyone's kind of doing it in different ways. We now have training that's coming. There's going to be a greater focus in the application. And again, what you just suggested is there is an effort, whether you call it standards or normalization across providers. That's the spirit of the legislation.
I think what I hope you heard me say earlier was not that I think we don't need to have some common approach and guidance for providers across all of publicly funded programs. What I was sharing is I don't think we yet know exactly what that should look like. And therefore, I was simply suggesting I think this legislation is early in our journey. That was the point I was making. And my back and forth with the chairman, I hope, indicated a real willingness to continue to work with council to come back and to talk more about this as we have gone through this upcoming year where we have done these requirements.
So just to make sure I'm tracking. So there is a need for normalization across providers. There is a need for greater continuity and greater support for students with disabilities. We all agree there.
Absolutely.
And I think what I'm hearing you say is to engage in the process of creating standards and publishing standards for providers. It's not that you don't agree, but it's premature where some of the other steps the office is taking is.
Yes, and also when you look at the work that DCPS has done, I mean, they have a documented approach to what all of their after-school programming should do. They need to let all kids in the door. They need to do a bit of observation of how the kids are doing. Then they get together with the school-based teams if they think some of the students have additional needs, and then they have interventions that they deploy. So that's one approach. It's, let's call it a process approach to standards.
I got you.
There's a different approach which would look a lot more like what we do within the public school setting, where you figure out how far the desk needs to be from the teacher. So in the out of school time space, it's just complicated because you have so many different kinds of providers. And the idea that you would establish uniform standards without deeply understanding both their experiences serving many students with disabilities, but also as we ratchet up the requirements for training and the requirements for consistency, to us just feels like it's a bit early.
Okay. Let's go back to the assessing quality and the standardization. So Ms. Glick, you talked about the site visits. Can you just walk me through what that looks like as it relates to specifically monitoring how students with learning disabilities or those who need modifications are being served in these placements?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Parker. But I believe that this would be best answered by the OST office, as OSSI can speak only to a subset of the programs.
Okay, so let me just make sure I'm checked. So OSSI is not, when you all do your site visits, are those in partnership with the OST office?
So OSSI, to clarify, OSSI provides oversight for a small portion of the OST programming within the district, but is partnering closely with the OST office to
And
ensure.
how do you determine which programs you're going to conduct oversight over?
So OSSI currently oversees the 21st Century Grant Program, which delivers grants to a number of programs designed to support at-risk youth in OST settings. And we do monitor the use of those funds and those programs. And in doing so, we conduct on-site visits that do review program quality and activities. So
For providers that receive that grant?
that receive that particular grant, yes.
Understood. Okay, that is my time. Dr. Lowe, I'll come back to ask about the site visits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. 2 minutes. I meant to ask this question earlier. Deputy Mayor Kine, in your written statement, you said a majority of the funding for My After School DC, $3.1 million will go directly to free after-school programming in priority elementary schools, which led me to the question, is that directly to DCPS schools?
We haven't determined the priority schools yet. That's part of the work we're doing over the next couple of months.
So it could benefit from the subtitle that says grants directly to schools, but maybe not.
Exactly. That was our thinking, that because we don't know what the current after-school provision looks like at the priority schools, we wanted the flexibility to be able to distribute it to DCPS schools if we needed to do that.
What if we limited this subtitle to schools with a concentration of at-risk schools, at-risk students?
We'd be very open to something that looks like that, because I am sure that our priority schools would take that approach to some degree.
All right, let me see here. So Dr. Lowe, your testimony is that you're going to spend the next several months, over the next year, that's a sort of, which is the next several months or over the year, establishing and standardizing quality, inclusivity, and accessibility standards for grantees.
Yes, that is correct. So right now we have established 5 working groups whose roles are to help us create more accessibility and accountability and inclusion for our OST programs. We have one group that is focused specifically on quality, inclusivity, and accessibility. We have one group that is also focused on the My After School DC online portal, and making sure that the online portal is accessible for all those who want to use it, and it's also user-friendly. We have 3 other groups focused on determining what the priority schools are and the grant competitions, marketing and branding, and then funding disbursement. All 5 working groups are staffed by government agencies, parents, community members, current grantees, and advocates who have a vested interest in OST programming. So yes, we have working groups right now that are focused on making sure we become bigger and more accessible as an OST office.
So the 5 working groups are not all working on standards. One of them is, 2 of them is, 2 of them are.
So one specifically is focused on the training standards for our OST program providers, and their focus is specifically on quality, ensuring inclusivity, and ensuring accessibility, and that is being led by Kevin Cataldo, our manager for the Institute for Youth Development.
What about of the other 5? Are any of the other 5 working on standards?
So one is on quality, like you mentioned, and the other
What's
one,
on quality.
one is on quality, so program quality, inclusivity, and accessibility. The other one that I would say is focusing in on standards is the one that's focused on the priority elementary schools. So it's establishing what those schools are and also what our grant competitions are and the requirements for those grant competitions.
Okay. You also, in your statement, Dr. Lowe, said capacity building is to best serve students with disabilities and special needs. The Institute for Youth Development is in the process of planning for FY24, to identify required trainings. That led me to want to ask, if it's training for FY24, does that mean that that will be done by August?
We will have established what the trainings are, what the required trainings are before FY24 begins. So what the required trainings are and what the optional trainings are.
Which reminds me of a question I had from some of the testimony that there was something said about not being able to do something with grants until October 1st. So when you say here, you're going to have identified required trainings for all OST provided, OST funded grantees by fiscal year 2024, that would be October 1st.
Yes.
Does that mean no grants until October 1st?
Well, we follow our grant cycle follows the fiscal year cycle for ease of fund disbursement, et cetera. And typically OST programs do not begin until a month or so after school begins, which is around October 1st and thereafter.
So there's no OST programming before November 1st?
October 1st, are you talking
said
about the
November.
school year or summer?
I'm asking you.
So there is OST programming during the summer, but that is within the prior fiscal year cycle. So for example, FY23 summer programs and around mid-August.
Okay, so what happens between the first day of school and November 1st?
October 1st.
No, I
we have
said November 1st, because you said typically a month after the fiscal year begins.
month after the school year begins.
All right, you've now confused me.
OST programs typically begin, give or take, a month after the school year begins.
Okay, the school year begins the last week of August, I think, like August 22nd.
Okay.
Okay,
And so October 1 is the beginning of our fiscal year.
yes.
We give that wiggle room or window so that OST programs can begin planning and preparing for the start of their school year programs. So they can begin technically building us October 1 and onward.
So is there programming in September?
Not for FY20, not for the next fiscal year, no.
That wasn't my question.
So Chairman, some of the organizations actually retain funding or have other buffer funding that they use to start their programming early. But historically, out of the out-of-school time office, we provide grants according to the fiscal year when we have access to the money. So that's what we've done. So you do have a number of programs that actually do start at the beginning of October, because that's when we can begin paying for their services. You have others that actually have other funds available to them, so they start earlier.
That seems problematic to me, is it?
I mean, this is a problem that we run into in all kinds of circumstances, as you know, with the fiscal year not lining up with the school year. And we do have some ways to resolve this. In some cases, we get access to funding earlier. We might do some reprogramming. We also sometimes actually directly fund money in a fiscal year for the end of the fiscal year that coincides with the start of the school year. So there are ways that we work around this, but it is a tension in the infrastructure of our system.
So when are the grants awarded for fiscal year 24?
When will the notices go out?
So we anticipate notices going out in August.
So the providers will know in August if they're being funded and how much by August. They'll know in August if they're being funded as of October 1st.
Yes.
And how much.
Yes.
So going back to my question, the Institute for Youth Development is in the process of planning for FY24 to identify required trainings for all OST funded grantees. And that will be the identification of required trainings will be by October 1st.
So once they are awarded in August, then we begin the grant agreement process. During the month of August and September, as a result of our working groups, we will have determined in anticipation of an October 1 start date what the required trainings are, because we will include those requirements in the grant agreement.
Deputy Mayor Kine, to what extent is the district legally obligated to meet the needs of students with disabilities when it comes to OST activities?
We have a number of legal obligations. Director Glick could perhaps speak to those. She did, I believe in her testimony, or at least in one of the responses, but we have to adhere to ADA at a minimum. Director Glick?
Thank you for the question. So at a minimum, the district OST programs are required to provide access to students with disabilities under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and also are prohibited from discriminatory practices under local law that is regulated and reviewed by the DC Office of Human Rights, OHR. Students with disabilities also at times may be classified as having a disability that impacts a major life activity requiring a reasonable accommodation under Section 504 of the Rehab Act. And so students with disabilities who access OST programs may also experience disabilities that have accommodations that don't impact their education, but may require an OST program to support them in some way. So there are a number of federal and local laws that promise equitable access and prohibit discriminatory practice, and that are currently regulated by existing agencies.
I'm over my time. I'm going to have a few more questions, which doesn't mean a third 10-minute round, but it means something. Let me turn to Councilmember Nadeau.
Duly noted, sir. Okay. I wanted to come back to the discussion around the subtitle, and I do want to frame it, I guess, a little differently than I did earlier, because actually I think it's a good idea for OST to be the umbrella for more things related to after-school programming and summer programming. And I do want to see that down the road. My big concern here is whether changing that part of the law now without plussing up the out of school time pot will undercut the work that the current grantees are doing. Because I believe the money we have in the budget is enough to keep everything going that's been going. Or do you think you see what I'm getting at here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm sorry, I didn't make clear, we're really focused here on the additional money that's coming through my after school DC.
Okay.
And I can't recall if that's how we wrote the language in the BSA, but that would be something we could consider doing, meaning we just want the additional funding that we're doing for the after school programming that's new to have this flexibility. We're not interested in going to the $17 million out of school time pot and now providing that to DCPS in a way we haven't historically. That's not actually part of our.
Okay, then I don't think
desire.
we have a problem. So I would like to talk with Chairman and his team about that language, just to make sure we get it right in the final reading of the BSA. So let's talk about how much this will be then total in that. So the My School DC, that's 5 million, is that right?
That's right. It's 5 million. We've got 900,000 for the build of the portal, 900,000 for the infrastructure, including the development of the guidance, the work with grantees, the identification of priority schools, and so on, and $3.1 million as direct grants to after-school programming.
That is aside from the pot of money that the traditional grantees will have access to, which is 17 million.
Correct.
So really, it's about 20.1 million total that will go out the door between the two.
17 plus 3.1. Math is hard, give or take.
Listen, I've been up a lot longer today than I meant to be. So, okay. That's very helpful. Now, where does the 21st Century Community Learning Center funding come in all of this?
I mean, that's another source of funding for after-school provision. So it's not something that we're talking about when we describe either the out-of-school time approach and the 2.5 million or this My After School DC money, but it's a very important part of our funding ecosystem that goes out to many providers, as you know, including DCPS, charter schools, lots of nonprofits.
Yeah. What is it typically used for, though?
It's used for exactly the kinds of things we're talking about. So for example, as I mentioned earlier, DCPS gets, I think, about $4.8 million a year. They use that to pay for the stipends and coordination staff for the 55 direct run programs that they've got, which is supplemented, of course, by some local dollars. It goes to other nonprofit organizations that use it to provide out of school time programming comparable to what we fund out of the OST.
Does it ever go to direct hires? You mentioned coordination staff. So like that would be a person at a school that their job is to run all the programs that kids are going to after school.
Yes, I see Director Glick leaning in. Did you want to talk about this or should I just keep going? Okay. Yes. So technically, I don't know whether the coordinators that exist at the schools, they each have about 5 schools that they oversee. I don't know if that's funded by 21st Century or by the DCPS local dollars. So we could look into that and see. But in general, yes, this is funding that is used to ensure quality out of school time programming, and it does allow for the hiring of staff to do that.
Okay. And you'd be comfortable with the BSA making very clear, just to back up a little bit, sorry. We have some concerns about transparency, and I think that's where some of these questions come from in the communities. If we back up to that 3.1 million that's going to be coming in, we can make clear in the BSA that we are not to dip into the 17 million for that program, right? That's not going to be a problem.
Won't be a problem with me.
Okay. Okay. Everybody seems to be affirming that. Okay. How do we, as a council, or how do members of the public or others access information about how the money is being spent throughout the year?
Do you mean the out of school time dollars?
Really, all of it? The money that we're spending on these types of programs?
So I think it looks, depending on the agency, it looks differently in different ways. Obviously, all of it is articulated in the budget. So everyone should have access to what that looks like. In terms of our specific grants, our grant programs are public. The RFPs are public. We always publish, often I think through a press release, the recipients of the out of school time grant awards. So we have a way of doing that now. We're very happy to look at that with you if you think we need to do it differently or better. But this is all public dollars, publicly spent. We try to be very transparent about how we use the money. And so we do announce who wins the grants and how much money they're getting.
Okay. Yeah, let me think about some more specific questions on what more we would want to know and see and where we would want it packaged. But I know Dr. Lowe is working really hard on the database, and maybe there's another piece of that could help.
Two things we'd also do is an annual report, or the annual report that summarizes our competitions, the award amounts, and the grantees. And after each competition, we have a summary of the competition where you can see who was awarded how much, and also the rationale for awarding grantees.
Perfect. Thank you. Do grantees have a place where they can log in and see pending payments and things like that?
They can log into the DC Vendor portal and they will see if it's under review or if it has been processed, yes.
Okay. And do they also have the ability to see a status on people who are going through background checks?
To my knowledge, no, but they can inquire with us where they are in the process.
So you do have that information. Do you have it directly, or is it something you then have to go ask a sister agency
You have
for?
to go ask.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I also wanted to just take a moment to note how exciting it was to see DC ranked #1 by the After School Alliance. So congratulations on that. Talked about, could you just tell me one more time, the $3.1 million, what do you call that?
We're referring to that as the direct funding to after-school programs that will be part of the My After School DC pilot we're standing up this year.
Okay. Is that different from local funds for DCPS OST programming?
Yes,
Will that money still exist?
we'll have to check. I mean, as you know, council took quite a lot of money out of DCPS central administration, so I'm not sure what will be there.
Okay, but in 23, that was $3 million?
I think it was 2.5.
2.5, okay. But didn't have a line item that was part of the DCPS central budget?
It was the UPSF. It came out of their UPSF funding. I'm sure there's a line item in their budget that explains where that 2.5 was going.
And how was that spent in FY23?
That was spent on again, there's 55 schools that have this direct funding, and there's a manager over all that programming. I believe there are 9 coordinators, 700 teachers that get stipends for the supplemental work that they do. There are paraprofessionals paid. So for example, DCPS hired 13 paraprofessionals for students that required one-on-one supports in that. They provide transportation for the River Terrace after school programming. So it would fund some of that. And so basically all of that out of school time programming needs in the direct run DCPS programs.
For the teachers, is that like, say, a teacher who wants to run a club or something after school?
This is actually the program that they've got is 3 hours of programming, including a study hall with I think about a 20-to-1 student to teacher ratio with a paraprofessional. Then there's a half an hour of snack or dinner. And then there's additional enrichment activities typically run by either teachers or paraprofessionals. So they have a model in place and it funds the stipends required to cover that model.
Got it. Okay, I'm low on time and it has been noted that there isn't a third round. So let me just be picky here. Just a quick one for OSSI, I think, although the deputy mayor may want to answer, is OSSI is the agency that applies for the 21st Century Community Learning Center grants. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Your own application process to award the federal money to subgrantees?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And to OSD special ed programs?
Could you clarify that question? Let me give you some additional
sure.
information, context.
And then I'll
So the
wind down.
21st Century Learning Programs serves students with disabilities and are not dedicated programs to particular areas of disability
Okay.
for individual groups.
Great. I think that that is all the time that I have for today. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Glick, there was testimony 2324 RFA for 21st Century Community Learning Centers program over the next 60 days. Very late decision in FY23 to restructure the grant prevented Jubilee's ability to renew our CLCC grant for this past year. For FY24, we recommend that OSSI dedicate sufficient funding for the CCLC program to increase the number of grantees and youth served by this program. How do you respond?
OSSI is pleased to be preparing to release our FY24 grant this summer for application. And we are very pleased to have been able in FY23 to deliver $11 million in continuation grants to programs across the city, serving over 100 programs, and to additionally have dedicated funding in the amount of $3 million in ESSER funds, amounting to double the dedication of funding for OST programming from OSSI in any year past, over any year past.
But not that I want to get too much into this, it sounds like FY23 was later than what you're doing for FY24.
Excuse me?
It sounds like FY23 was later than what you are doing for FY24.
Later than?
Yes, you said you're going to release your RFA this summer. And the
Yes.
testimony was the very late decision in FY23. So all I'm saying is it sounds like 24 will be quicker, sooner, earlier than
Yes.
FY23.
Yes.
There was also this testimony. OSSI DOT will not change a student's route to accommodate the student or parent for personal reasons, such as accommodations of non-FAPE related childcare. In past cases, when we've asked for students to be transported to childcare facilities or therapeutic programs after school, we've been told that OSSI DOT cannot accommodate such drop-off locations.
Thank you for raising the concerns about transportation. OSSI DOT provides transportation pursuant to IDEA, which requires transportation to and from schools for students with disabilities to access their education. As the council knows, OSSI has experienced the impact of the nationwide labor shortage, and we have more routes than drivers at this time. OSSI is servicing routes currently at 95%. We are extremely pleased to have reached that service delivery percentage and believe that this additional service would double the complexity of our system and ability to serve those students who require transportation as under IDEA according to their IEPs. We are extremely proud of the compliance levels we reached and believe such a expansion would undoubtedly create that a complexity that we are not prepared at this time to serve.
Did you say that to make this adjustment would double the complexity of your routes?
Yes, it would. Any complexity beyond delivering a child to the same location where they were picked up from in the morning doubles the complexity of routing and requires additional staffing, of which, as I noted, we are experiencing a shortage as the nation is. However, we have revised our systems to ensure that we've reached that, what I will say is an incredible compliance rate of 95% on-time service delivery for students who are required to receive that service under IDEA.
I can't say that that's satisfactory, but I'm not sure I'm going to push it more at the moment. Let me go back to OST. We're hearing several frustrations from providers concerning the new FY24 RFA. How did the OST office engage with providers to help improve or change its RFA process?
We engage providers in a number of ways on purpose in anticipation of FY24. So for example, when I first started the listening tour, where I engaged with over 60 of our OST grantees to hear their thoughts on our office. What are we doing well? What are we not? How can we improve? With one thing being increased funding, which we have done, increased multi-year funding, which we are doing for FY24. We've also engaged them by way of quarterly grantee check-ins with myself, so they can share feedback on what they need as OST partners. We've engaged with the needs assessment, which was alluded to multiple times, to ascertain what the needs are for OST youth and also OST program providers. We're in the process of building our strategic plan. And then last but certainly not least, public commentary at the OST commission meetings have all been taken into consideration as we map out FY24. We've heard our grantees, we've heard our children and families, and we've taken action for FY24, specifically by increasing the amounts of grants and by increasing multi-year funding for our grantees.
Give me just a second. I'm just trying to understand a little better. So I think what some of the providers are saying is that they were caught by surprise, but you're saying that you had a very open process with a lot of opportunity for comment?
Yes, we've had multiple opportunities for grantees to share their thoughts. Again, we've done quarterly grantee meetings, one of which is scheduled for the end of June. We had one in March, had a listening tour, we've had the needs assessment, we have the working groups right now. And everything that we've done for FY24 is in response to what our grantees need. They wanted more funding. We've increased funding for the school year by $10,000 for each grantee, the maximum award you can have, both for school year and year round. We will have more multi-year funding, with FY24 being year one of a 3-year grant cycle. So they'll have additional years as opposed to it being a one-off year for a grantee. So should a grantee be awarded, and we will be having a very high quality and critical lens to make sure we award the right grantees, they'll be eligible for renewal for up to 3 years, pending performance and compliance.
So one of my questions here was about the needs assessment found that 95% of OST providers have operated for more than 5 years, 48% have operated for more than 20. Why aren't they given the opportunity to access new multi-year grants? And you're saying that you are embarking on multi-year grants.
Yes, and we're actually recognizing those who have been with us for the entirety of the OST office by giving them priority points. So if you are a current grantee in good standing, you will be granted priority points in our grant competitions, given the more competitive nature of our FY24 competitions.
What about security costs? Every year we hear that we hear the same panic about DCPS not covering security costs for OST providers. What's the permanent solution here?
I think it's a good question, one that we know comes up. We have on the DCPS side the need to fund security for after-school activities that they themselves don't run. We were really happy this year that DCPS obviously noticed all the OST providers sharing that they are going to continue to pay for security themselves, provided their OST programming is no cost to participants, and they have an MOA with DCPS. So there is no security costs for OST providers this coming school year for 23-24. And as usual, we will look with DCPS at what a more sustainable solution is, but obviously someone has to pay for the security.
There's no security cost for this coming school year if the program is free to the students or their families.
Correct.
And there's an MOU.
That's right.
So there are 2 conditions.
I think there are 4 technically. I'll have to get you the other 2, but they're very basic, with the general idea being if you're providing free out of school time programming or after school programming, and you're based at a DCPS facility, DCPS will pay the security costs.
Why do we create a separate funding stream for My After School DC? Why not support priority schools through the regular granting process by awarding points for providing programming at priority schools?
The reason we did that is that we see this year as a pilot year that we want to dedicate some support to. And so when we establish a vision that we're providing free, high quality aftercare programming to any family that wants it, we know we're going to have to start in some specific schools, and we know that's going to take a very specific approach. We know that there's infrastructure that needs to be built, and so we're running this very much as a pilot program.
So if it's successful, which you think it will be, then next year it will no longer be a separate funding stream.
You were a little bit ahead of me, and I think ahead of us in terms of how we would approach this going forward. But I imagine that we would include it in our normal funding source streams. Now, recall, of course, that in its full glory, My After School DC will account for all after school programming, including that provided by LEAs, DPR, DOES, and others. So there will always be separate sources of funding for these various programs that families have access to through the portal. But in terms of the direct funding as part of the extension of this pilot, I could imagine it would go into the out of school time office more regularly.
There was this testimony from PAVE. While the initial description of My After School DC described it as a central hub for OST programs, recent announcements from the OST office have described it as the, quote, My After School DC lottery, unquote, while the Learn 24 program finder will be revised and will host program information. We encourage the OST office to create one centralized hub for programs and not split families between multiple places to find information. For instance, it is unclear which entity will have which information. Will the lottery give program information? Will My After School DC expand to include summer programs? Why continue to host a separate platform that parents have had issues with for years when you could put all the information in one place? And how will this be communicated effectively to parents and families? So there was a lot there, but.
Yeah, I think the best way to think about this is if you're familiar with My School DC, there's the My School DC infrastructure, which provides access to families to make selections of programs and puts them into a lottery. In parallel to My School DC is something called School Finder. And I think the equivalent here is My After School DC portal will be the equivalent of My School DC. Learn 24 will continue to serve as the school finder. So all of the program information will sit in Learn 24. My After School DC, which will be the connected portal, will be the place where parents actually sign up and access the programming. And that's what we do with schools. I think families are familiar with that as an approach.
Even though My After School DC was described initially as the central hub for OST programs?
Yeah, I would just stand by my description that I just gave as the one that we are planning to pursue.
And even though I'm reading the testimony again, why continue to host a separate platform that parents have had issues with for years?
Well, I would let Dr. Lowe talk about some of the improvements we've made in Learn 24 if you're interested in that program, but also we have continued plans to ensure its accuracy and usability. So we're definitely planning on continuing our improvement journey with the Learn 24. Are you interested?
Yeah.
Two things I'll mention is number one, our overarching goal is the centralization of OST, and we have to start somewhere, and that is the My After School DC portal. Regarding Learn 24, we are well aware and we are taking action based on what we've heard that it's not as user-friendly, it's not as all-encompassing, and that is why for this FY23, we are working diligently in partnership with our our data team to make sure that the program finder is more tailored and more specific, and it's updated in real time so that families know exactly what programs are available to whom, where, and what they provide. So yes, we are aware that the portal is not as user-friendly as parents and families would like it to be, but we are aware of that, and we are working right now to make sure that what families access is accurate and it's up to date for them to be able to choose their OST programs.
How long will that take?
It's an ongoing process because our grantees change from summer to school year. So again, it will be in real time. We are aware of the issue and we are working to make sure that what is reflected on our online website and through the Learn24 program finder, the families have access to currently. So it's an ongoing process of updating the program finder.
And what about this from one of the witnesses, Mr. Kine? There needs to be a new full-time OST disability coordinator and 2 FTE employees to have an OST disability support team at Learn24. We could use resources to help Learn24 and the providers with disability inclusion programming and guidance.
Yeah, so we think that's a very good idea, and it is our full intent with some of the team that we're bringing on through the My After School DC programming that we have expertise in serving students with disabilities.
And they will serve in the Institute for Youth Development. We are prioritizing that one of our quality assurance specialists has a specialty in special education and working with students with disabilities. So that is priority for us.
The OST Commission was established when the OST office was founded as a public body to support equitable access to OST. What specific and meaningful ways does the OST office use feedback from the commission members to inform its work? I'm assuming implicit in that is that the commission is very helpful.
So the OST Commission, yes, they are very helpful. They are the backbone of the OST office from my vantage point. We take public commentary, we take commission's feedback, etc. So for example, the commission needed a little bit more time for the strategic plan, and we've honored their request and we are adherent to their request so we can be more intentional in how we map out the OST office for the next 3 fiscal years. So yes, the OST Commission is instrumental to our work. They're also instrumental to us developing our vision over the course of our next 3 years as an office and as a DME entity.
Councilmember Nadeau, so I managed to come up with a full 3rd round or 4th round or something. Did you have any other questions?
I mean, I organized myself and consolidated, so
Are
I'm
you
good.
suggesting I'm not organized?
Would never, ever suggest that, but there may be others on the other end of the dais who are interested.
Oh, Councilmember Parker, if you have questions.
I do have a few additional questions. I had to step away for a second, so apologies in advance if this has already been addressed, but I wanted to come back to the quality assurance question first. So it's my understanding that there's things in the work with the Institute for Youth Development on required trainings, and that was I just wanted to clarify, are those required trainings or are those optional trainings for all providers?
So quality is crucial for OST because it makes sure that our kids have access to good programs. Now, with that said, for the Institute, we are going to be establishing required trainings for all grantees to make sure we have programs that are accessible and that are inclusive for our students. These required trainings are being determined in real time by our working group. We will have a set of required trainings, and then we will have a menu of options for grantees to choose from based on where the areas of growth are.
So it sounds like there will be a mix of required trainings, but also additional
Absolutely,
resources for folks. For the specific trainings that you mentioned that will focus on serving students with special needs and inclusion, are those part of the required trainings?
Can you please repeat your question?
So earlier you talked about you're in the works for fiscal year 24 with the Institute for Youth Development come up with these trainings. And I'm trying to get at, are the resources or trainings for providers with special needs or students
Yes.
with learning disabilities, are those required training?
Yes, those will be required training.
Got it. Okay. And then something else that we discussed was that you're enhancing the application for this upcoming round to focus more on targeted support for students. I believe you said the fiscal year 24 application. And so something that just came to mind is what happens in the meantime, or how are you assuring quality and consistency across providers for students with disabilities?
So that is an area of growth for us as an office right now. But for FY24, it will be different for the better. So right now we ascertain quality by program reports, site visits, admin checks, and our program quality assessment, which is a nationally recognized assessment tool for FY20. So that is our assessment metrics right now for quality. For FY24 specifically, we will be incorporating questions to capture who are you serving? Do they have, are they students with disabilities? And using that as a part of our assessment of program to see, are they being truly inclusive? And are they truly being accessible to students who need them the most?
Okay, that is super helpful. And I appreciate the transparency. Thank you. In terms of funding and where we are in access, can you just contextualize where OST is now from your broader vision, which I assume would be that every student that wants an out of school time program would be able to get one? How far off are we from that? Is that a 5-year, 10-year vision? Just contextualize it for me.
It's a lifetime vision.
Okay.
There's a lot of work to be done, and we are constantly, as an office and as a team, working to become better, working to become more accessible, and working to become responsive.
Have we quantified that at all in terms of how many seats we have versus how many ideally would be needed?
So with the additional fund that we've been given, thanks to the council, we anticipate serving an additional at minimum 1,200 students, sorry, not 1200,000, 1,200 students.
Okay, and how many more seats do we need in order to ensure that every student that needs a program can get one? Just ballpark estimate.
We need as many seats as many kids that want.
Okay. I wanted to come back to the premise that all three of you put forward, which was that the language in the legislation is flawed because it assumes that OST providers should be addressing students' IEPs. And I want to just get clear that, to me, that seems to be perhaps an OSSI perspective, but it's not actually the law. And I just want to clarify that for folk that may be watching. And so, according to the U.S. Department of Education, it reads, depending on the needs of the child, his or her IEP may be carried out in a regular classroom, in a special classroom, in a special school, at home, in a hospital or institution, or any other setting. And so I am one that is sympathetic to the fact that if we're putting a lot of money to support these programs, while we may not necessarily treat OST programs as the sole or priority environment or setting to meet a student's IEP goals, it certainly falls in that category of one that could, or at least be, or should be thinking about a student's IEP goals. So just to clarify, that is a OSSI or Deputy Mayor of Education perspective and not the law. Is that accurate?
Thank you for raising the clarification.
Microphone.
Thank you for raising the clarification, council member. IDEA specifically requires the delivery of supports in those settings, yes, as determined by a student's IEP team. And in instances where a student's IEP team does say, yes, a student's supports and access to education generally require those supports in an OST setting, an OST provider would be required to deliver those supports. Yes.
Yes.
We also understand, the importance for families and students of having a seamless transition between a student's school day experience and their OST programming. However, the federal law, not simply OSSI's interpretation, requires that an IEP team make that decision that those services and supports are delivered in a setting outside of the school day as required for the student to access education. The way we see that in practice is typically an extracurricular activity. If you can imagine that a student wants to participate in an extracurricular offered by the school, meaning a sport, and the student receives an accommodation in physical education to address a physical limitation, that support would also be required to transition with the student into that extracurricular. The limitation around OST providers providing an IEP team required accommodation would be that the OST program is being provided directly by the school or the LEA in the instance of our system. And so there is not a contemplation under the federal law or existing local law that an IEP team can dictate the activities of an OST program. And that's why OSSI believes that these supports are so important for students as we are discussing today, and is partnering closely with the OST office to ensure that the standards and trainings that are delivered to OST providers very closely work in hand with the expectations of our LEAs in terms of delivering supports that would allow students to have that seamless transition.
Okay. I just wanted to make clear that there is an allowance for that, but I also appreciate the conversation that Chairman Mendelson was having earlier on behalf of Councilmember Henderson, that there is a desire to broaden the focus there. One last thing, I wanted to lift up some of the testimony that we heard, and there was one piece from a parent with a special needs child. She suggested a partnership with the Office on Disability Rights and OSSI to help train providers as a means of supporting with the inclusive efforts. And can you just speak to, it sounds like Dr. Lowe, that is in line with what you're already in the works of, but is that a possibility to partner between OSSI and the Office on Disability Rights and train providers, or how would that be executed? To support and train providers on supporting students with special needs.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Dr. Lowe speak about the training that we have been doing related to serving students with disabilities. But it is the case that we meet regularly with agencies across government to determine what's good, what everyone is doing. And yes, it is absolutely possible that we would deliver shared training and certainly take best practices from those other offices.
Yeah, because if we,
Yes, we do not want to duplicate efforts. And if that makes the most sense for our office, and absolutely we want to partner with other agencies that are well equipped and are competent and have expertise in working with students with disabilities. So yes, if that makes sense and the partnership, if they are amenable to it, we're open to that as well.
yeah. And that recommendation came from LaJoy Law. So she's a parent. I'm sure you all know her. And I think that it was a good idea and should be explored. And so with that, just to summarize what I've heard today is there is merit to the legislation. There are some aspects, Deputy Mayor, that you would suggest are a bit premature, just given where we are as a system. And Dr. Lowe, there's a number of efforts underway, both with the application to focus more on providers supporting students with disabilities, but also ensuring that providers are receiving the training and support. And there may be some additional areas that you all are exploring based on our conversation there. And that at OSSI, this supporting students with disabilities remains a priority. And that you all are seeing out of school time programming as a vehicle or a lever to addressing learning for students with disabilities. In my last 30 seconds, anything that I missed in that broader summary that you want to throw out there?
No, just that you missed the part about how much we appreciate council's attention to this, and we do see this as a shared journey. So
Yeah,
thank you.
yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I was not able to make it to much of the hearing, but I just got a perfect summary of it. So that was, I'm grateful for that. I just have a couple of questions. One of the things that came up is the security cost question, and DCPS has made the commitment that they're going to pay security costs for these programs in the coming year. So that covers how it happens at DCPS sites. What happens at charter school sites? How does it work in terms of providing security at charter school sites?
The way it works there, and I know we heard from Kip earlier today, charter schools typically, they are providing their own out of school time programming. So if we direct fund them through 21st Century, or if they receive an out of school time grant, they're providing the programming at their own site, and they're covering security as they do for the school day.
So in the grants that they see, does it include for the cost of security during the period, or is that left out of whatever grant that they receive?
We'll have to look at the specifics of each individual grant if you'd like an answer to that question.
Yeah, and maybe not the biggest thing, but it just struck me that I was hearing it referred to around DCPS, but not for the charter sector. In Ward 3, we don't have an enormous number of out-of-school time programs that are funded by the city. Often you have PTAs that organize programming for after school, and families pay tuition. And I wonder how the DC Policy Center did their sort of inventory of how many kids are out there, how many are in programs other than the kinds that I just described. But how do you figure those programs in, those after-school programs sponsored by PTAs, into your analysis of the need?
Analysis of, I didn't hear the final noun.
The analysis of the need for additional programming, or I mean, one of the things that I was struck by looking at the DC Policy Center study was there are these many seats and there are these many kids. And so there's a delta of how many kids need to be served. But I was struck by, well, I think I know of hundreds, maybe thousands of kids in Ward 3 who are served out of school and in an after school program, but just not one on this list because it's a PTA program and not a city funded program. So when you look at the unmet need, are you accounting for those PTA kinds of programs?
So the answer is yes. And I believe the Policy Center actually acknowledged that gap in their own data in their report. So we're well aware of that. When we look, for example, at how we're determining our priority schools based on students, we have a lot of information about who the students are and where they go to school. For example, in the case of the DCPS, we understand where they have direct run programs and where they have actual other partners providing those, including through the PTAs. So they have, I believe it's 84 currently active MOAs with organizations such as the ones you're describing. So we have a full landscape of that. And as we determine where we think we need to bolster programming for after school in our pilot year, that will all be taken into account. We have a similar view by the charter LEAs. Of course, we have to go to each one individually to get that, but that's one thing that we're planning on doing.
So part of the reason that I'm asking about this is I had an experience on a playground recently where a mom came up to me, and she was a low-income single mom family, and she was saying that there weren't that many things for her in Ward 3. There actually were more things for her in Wards 5, 7, and 8, where she had lived previously, because there were programs that were free and that were accessible. And yet at the elementary school where her child was at, there's a tuition-based after-school program. And to some extent that gets dealt with through scholarship kinds of programs. But are you guys thinking about how to create access for low-income folks in those settings where there are tuition-based after-school programs that might not be otherwise accessible to them?
Yes.
And what are you thinking about? How might you do it? Or where does? that
As
go?
we consider the vision for my after-school DC, this is the case that we want to have free after-school programming for all families that need it and want it. We do know that for a lot of those PTA programs, there are sliding scales, as you know. So many families are accommodated in that way. But as we begin to strengthen our understanding of these programs, as we develop additional and supplemental programs, of course, we take account of that.
Yeah, and it may not be the biggest need, but you don't want folks like the woman who I was speaking with to fall between the cracks. And so I don't know whether or not there's very modest city funding that can support scholarship programs for PTA run programs like that. You need to monitor that pretty closely. But I share your goal that every family that wants access to a program like this should have access to it. And ironically, that might be harder at an elementary school in Ward 3 than it might be in another place. I'm sorry, you were starting to say something.
You want to talk about the scholarship?
Yeah, I was gonna mention. No, I was gonna mention the youth scholarship, that if a student, for whatever reason, doesn't have access to a program and it's cost prohibitive, we do have the youth scholarship, but it is not for necessarily a PTA. It is for kids who need OST programs that are not currently being provided and that are too cost prohibitive for them to be able to afford out of pocket.
All right, so I'm gonna stop here, but I just wanted to put that woman on the radar screen because it may be that she gets help through a scholarship program, but we want people in her position to have access to the after-school programming that her child deserves.
We fully agree. Thank you, council member. Well, if the chairman's not here, shall I just adjourn us or?
No, but give me just a moment. The executive cannot take over the legislative branch too. Hold on a second. I was sure that there were more questions. I do not have any more questions for you all. I want to thank you for your testimony. I want to emphasize that the record is open for 2 weeks. And if I can find my notes, which I probably won't be able to, something that's completely tangential, and I can't find my notes, is that this hearing was using a new process for witnesses to sign up, the new hearing management system, and we are encouraging feedback. I don't know if that applies to the executive, because I don't think you went through the hearing management system to sign up. You might have submitted testimony through it. In which case, if you have feedback, please give it to us. The Committee of the Whole is trying out this new hearing management system for the next 6 weeks. And based on feedback we get, all the council committees will have to abide by this new system, which we hope will make it easier for the public to sign up, as well as for the committees to manage receipt of written testimony, making it easier for everybody. So we encourage feedback. That has nothing to do with out of school time. Again, I want to thank all of the witnesses, including the witnesses who are sitting at the table. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 21st. The time is 1:12 and this hearing is adjourned.